Still on standby in Tanzania and has been for the last 2-3 days, and he will be telling us more. But before I allow Ukyoria to join in, allow me just to point out some of the key details of the visit, where the addresses aim to strengthen bilateral ties, cooperation, and also brotherhood between the two countries of Tanzania and Kenya, with a focus on trade, investment, and also regional integration. Historic, just as I said, because it's the first time the Kenyan head of state will address the Tanzania Parliament. It's not the first time that Tanzanian president has ever addressed a Kenyan parliament. We do remember in 2021, President Suluhu Samia Hassan did address us in the Kenyan parliament, and also it follows a 2-day development tour. And as we are talking, we have already witnessed the signing of 8 memoranda of understanding. But for more of this, allow me before to rope in my panel of experts to join my colleague JJ Kyoria, who has been in the great country of Tanzania. Good morning, JJ. I don't know whether you've mastered the Swahili there, but karibu sana katika mpango huu. Welcome, and tell us more in regards to what we do expect the head of state, especially in his speech in the next 1 hour or so.
Asante sana mwenzangu Ben Troy Njue, ukiwa katika jiji kuu la nchi ya Kenya, Nairobi. Tunakuja moja kwa moja kutoka katika jiji moja kuu ndani ya Tanzania, na ni jiji la Dodoma, ambalo shughuli zote za serikali hufanyika hapa katika mji wa Dodoma. Kwa kawaida tunasema ni administrative capital ya nchi ya Tanzania, na hapa ndipo ambapo Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Rais William Ruto, anatarajiwa mida ya saa 5 kufika ili kuweza kuwahutubia wanabunge ama wabunge wa nchi hii ya Tanzania. Unachoona nyuma yangu ni bunge la Tanzania, na hapa ndipo ambako rais atakuwa anaingilia na kupokelewa rasmi na wanajeshi wa nchi ama wa jeshi la wananchi wa Tanzania. Utakumbuka kwa kawaida nchi ya Tanzania inajulikana kama Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, the United Republic of Tanzania, and this is where the president will be making his address. Troy, as you know well, is that yesterday the president signed a number of memorandum of understanding, or rather the Kenyan delegation with the Tanzanian government signed several memorandum of understanding that will go much towards the issue of trade, transport, legal exchanges between these two nations, and it just seeks to deepen further the relations between the Republic of Kenya and Tanzania. Like I said yesterday, these are brotherly nations that have had their relations existing for so long, even particularly after independence. You remember the founding fathers of this nation, particularly Mzee Kabarage Nyerere, the founding father of Tanzania, and our founding father Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, are quite close buddies. And even the first establishment of what you would call OAU, or even this region in terms of the East African community. It was not an East African community then, but then it was a semblance of an organization bringing together East African communities. It was being spearheaded by Mzee Kabarage Nyerere and indeed Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, the founding fathers of these two nations. So the relations between Tanzania and Kenya have existed for so long. So much so that this is why you're seeing that it continues to be furthered by the relations between the two heads of state, President Samia Suluhu and President William Ruto. I'm sure the ambience you're hearing behind me, the noise, is musicals being belted by the Tanzanian Defense Forces, Jeshi la Muungano wa Jamhuri ya Tanzania, ambao watakuwa wanaweka gwaride ambalo Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Rais William Ruto, atakuwa analikagua. So there you see the Tanzanian Defense Forces ready to mount this guard of honor for President William Ruto. This is one of the greatest honors, particularly for the Republic of Kenya, owing to the fact that not so many heads of state in Kenya, the 5 we've had, that have had the opportunity to address the Tanzanian Parliament. Tanzania has had opportunities before. You remember at some point we had President Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete addressing the Kenyan Parliament. 5 years ago in 2021, May 2021 actually, President Samia Suluhu Hassan also addressed the Kenyan Parliament, the joint sitting of both houses, the National Assembly and the Senate. And this time it is a reciprocation. Actually, 5 years later, the same month of May, President William Ruto addresses the Parliament of Tanzania. And there are several issues on card about deepening trade and relations, particularly bilateral relations between these two nations, something that was underscored yesterday by President William Ruto and his host, or rather the president and his host, that is President Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan, talking about the relations between these two nations and why they need to be deepened further, particularly even on issues of extractive minerals, because Kenya has a substantial amount of extractive minerals, so does Tanzania. And you know, there's been a plan in the pipeline, particularly on the extension of a gas pipeline coming through Mombasa. And you remember the president was put to task yesterday by his host also to explain the plans the East African community has in terms of establishing that in a place called Tanga. And the president making a case for it, that indeed that plan is there, and the East African nations are ready to invest any amount of money to go towards that, to ensure the exploitation of natural gas that of course will serve this entire region, the East African community. So as the president comes here, other than just talking about the relations between the Republic of Kenya and indeed Tanzania, which is the host of President William Ruto, also deepening relations between Kenya and the rest of the East African countries, as well as Tanzania and the rest of East African community countries, will be part of the agenda. There are so many other issues, obviously, to canvass around the East African community, the common people, the treaty, sorry, the achievement of that common people treaty in terms of whether we can be able to achieve the aspect of having to use the same currency, whether we can also achieve the aspect of a political federation as an East African community. Those are some of the issues, again, to be canvassed here. And why the Tanzanian parliament is critical is because some of this legislation requires the input of parliament or the input of a legislature, so that once that treaty is adopted here, it is also adopted in Kenya, in Kenya's parliament, is also adopted in Uganda's parliament, is adopted in Rwanda's parliament, is adopted in Somalia's parliament, in South Sudan's parliament, and even DRC, which is also a member of the East African community. And I'm sure even the peace of this region, because you remember that DRC continues to experience what you would call strife in the east of Congo, in the areas of Goma, South Kivu, and North Kivu. And those are some of the issues, again, the president and his host, Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan, have been canvassing, and in terms of restoring stability in that part of the region of DRC, because DRC is a member of the East African community, having joined about 4 years ago, having joined this federation about 4 years ago. So also the stability and the security of the region are quite important. So what you're just seeing is the arrival of some of the VIPs that we expect here in this parliament. We are yet to spot anybody from the Kenyan delegation who's arrived here. We could have missed them, but then once we see some of them, we'll be able to talk to some of them and, you know, get to understand the significance of the address by the president. It's a significant move, like I said at the beginning of this broadcast, because a head of state, any head of state, a foreign head of state, getting the honor of addressing a parliament of his host state is quite significant in itself, even without going into the idea of what is to be discussed. Itself, of a foreign head of state addressing a parliament in the host country is one of the biggest honors any visiting head of state can actually be accorded by his host, and that is what is going to happen here. So I believe this is the Tanzanian army formation, or rather information. This is what President William Ruto will inspect once he is in these grounds. The address is scheduled for anytime from 11. So we're keeping tabs on it and our eyes all over and all over the Parliament of the Peoples of the United Republic of Tanzania for the cause of ensuring that we get every historic moment and covering it as should. You remember last week on Thursday, the Speaker of the Parliament here in Tanzania announced to members of Parliament amidst great cheering that indeed the president will be addressing Parliament today, and the day is here. This is when President William Ruto gets the greatest honor of addressing the Tanzanian Parliament. We're still monitoring the situation here. Once we see the Kenyan delegation, particularly the Prime Cabinet Secretary, because he also doubles up as the Minister for Foreign Affairs, or the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs. He's well versed, obviously, with these issues, and will be able to tell us the significance of this visit, the significance of this address, because other than just addressing Parliament, the President is here on a 2-day state visit that concludes later today when he comes back, or rather goes back to Kenya. So if we are able to get in touch with the Prime Cabinet Secretary, he'll be able to break it down to us in a perfect manner in terms of what this visit really means for the Republic and what are the exact gains that the President will be taking back to Kenyan soil. For now, I'll hand you back to Ben Troy Njue in Parliament. Our eyes are in Parliament as we await for the arrival of President William Ruto.
Well said. That's my colleague JJ Kyoria live from Dodoma, the administrative capital of Tanzania, and just outside the precincts of Parliament. And actually, we are expecting a host of activities today. We are expecting the Kenyan delegation to be jetting in. We have seen a number of dignitaries arriving at the National Assembly in Tanzania. And also, we have seen a guard of honor that has been mounted in his respect, which he is expected to inspect any moment just before 11. And after that, he will enter the Parliament in line with the standing orders of the House and later on address the Assembly. Well, it's a historic, as I said, and also Curia has also mentioned that indeed it is historic. It's the first time that a Kenyan head of state has addressed the Parliament. Remember, in 2021, just as Curia has pointed out, exactly 5 years in the month of May, the Tanzanian President Samia Suluhu Hassan did the same right here in the country. And without further ado, allow me to rope in my panel of experts, and beginning from my first guest who has already arrived. He's not a new face, but he knows a lot in regards to geopolitics and also economics, and so he will be assisting us just to break it down for us in regards to how symbolic is this visit of a Kenyan president to the Tanzanian National Assembly, and what exactly should the mood of the House being? What exactly are we expecting from that? Leonard Kafafa, karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Good to see you.
And you?
Yeah, and you have a wealth of knowledge when it comes to geopolitics, and this is the first time. Even here in studio, we actually don't know what actually to be touching on because it's the first, and it's a historic one. But the Tanzanian president, that is Madam Samia Suluhu Hassan, did that in 2021. How symbolic is this time round, and what should we be looking out for as Kenyans?
Thank you, Ben, for having me, first off. Yes, this is a historic moment in the sense that to my mind, I don't think we've had a Kenyan president address the Tanzanian parliament. This is a first.
Yeah.
As you have rightly put it, we've had Tanzanians, I think two, if I'm not wrong, Suluhu addressed the Kenyan parliament. That's President Suluhu addressed the Kenyan parliament,
yes.
As you said, about 5 years ago. And before that, I think, if I'm not wrong, former President Jakaya Kikwete also addressed Kenya's parliament. This is significant in the sense that it's a culmination of a state visit. And we do know the differences between a state visit and an official visit. All the visits that we've had prior to this one to Tanzania have been official visits where you go and it's just official business that is conducted. But a state visit is different in the sense that there's a lot of pomp and ceremony involved. We've just seen a few minutes ago a guard of honor mounted for President William Ruto to inspect. That's part of the ceremony, or part of the pomp and pageantry that goes with state visits. Usually there's a state dinner that is held for the president. There's quite a bit of ceremony involved around the state visit. But let me break this particular 2-day visit into two. The first was yesterday, where the president met, President William Ruto met with the President Suluhu Hassan and discussed important matters of state, including I think the signing of, is it 8 memoranda?
Yes.
If I'm not wrong.
8.
I think both presidents also met businessmen from either side. But today, the president meets parliament. So what he's basically doing is addressing the people of Tanzania directly. Because, you know, parliament is a house of representatives the representatives there are directly voted in by the people. In this case, the people of Tanzania. So when the president speaks to Parliament, he's in essence speaking directly to the people of Tanzania. And that's an honor. That is a huge honor, because you'd rarely get presidents moving into host countries and talking directly to the people. That is a very huge honor. Honor, rather. It's reflective of the trust that Tanzania has towards Kenya. So this is not anything small that can be brushed under the carpet. It's a significant honor.
And it's a good thing that you have mentioned this is something that cannot be swept under the carpet, or because we have seen a section of the political class talk about, ask why is the president going. Others even have said he can go there on his own personal accord. He is not representing the country. Is it because that we've never seen this sort of an address earlier?
Well, yeah, I mean, to brush it aside is actually naive, because Tanzania is an important, not only an important trading partner, Tanzania is a neighbor, and we have a lot of mutual, connections. Let me trace back into history and say that Tanzanians and Kenyans essentially are one people. But they were divided by the Berlin Conference that partitioned Africa and set us apart. If you look at the borderlines of Tanzania, you'll find that there are communities that exist on both sides of the border. For example, the Maasai. You have Maasai from Tanzania, and you have Maasai from Kenya, and when the two intermingle, it is very difficult to distinguish which comes from which country. Then you look at the Luo as well, because we have Luo who live in Tanzania, and we have Luo who live in Kenya. And the two have, there is mutual intelligibility in terms of language. There are mutual customs. There is a oneness of the people, so that it's difficult to distinguish between one community or the other. But there's this line of separation that has been hosted on us, rather, by the Berlin Conference, and that has led us to have real or imagined differences, mostly imagined differences. And this visit is significant in the sense that it seeks to do away with those differences. It seeks to reunite us as a region. You remember, once upon a time, up to 1977, we had one East African community. There is now a resurgence of that East African community. And this visit actually takes us a step closer in terms of removing the borders that have separated us from colonial times. So it's a very significant visit.
The East African community now has about 8-9 countries.
Correct.
We started out as Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. So in as much as we are talking about strengthening bilateral ties, is it also a way of Kenya positioning itself in the East African community? We have, we still being looked at like the big brothers of the East African region.
In a sense, yes. In a sense, yes, because we've been leaders. Even now, as we speak, we are the biggest community within the region. In some instances, almost tripling or quadrupling the size of the economies of some of our member states. So we are the biggest community in terms of the economy, and others look up to us. Tanzania more so because after independence, they took on a different path, different political ideology. They decided to embrace socialism. And it worked well in terms of unification of the country, but it did not work well in terms of the economy of the country, the economic well-being of the country. Kenya took on a capitalist model, and it worked very well in the sense that commerce and industry grew within the country, although it did not augur so well for the unity of the country. So there's a lot that we can learn from each other. Tanzania is keen to learn from us how we've gotten it right in terms of setting our economic priorities. And we have much to learn from them in terms of unification as a country. So yes, in a sense, they are looking up to us. Many will be looking up to us. And it's, as you rightly asked, no doubt we are continuing to cement our ascendancy as the biggest economy in the region by this visit.
It's a good thing that you're also talking about the integration, because I would like to ask this question: how does this fit into the African geopolitics and more specifically continental integration? And the reason I'm talking about this is because I happened to cover the Connected Africa Summit the whole of last week, and the speakers there are talking about removing barriers, that the interconnectivity barriers. And in that, and I was very happy that seven countries of the East African community did pledge that we are going to have our own East African satellite. Could this be the opportunity to also, talk to the members of parliament? Because at the end of the day, any integration, any development that we have to do as an East African bloc, it has to go via all the parliaments of the country, Kenya not excluded.
Yeah. Thank you for that question, Ben. That's interesting. I like that observation, the fact that Africa does need to remove the barriers that exist between borders so that Africa can trade within itself. Again, Africa is arguably the world's richest continent, because it has
and the youngest,
and the youngest at that. It has virtually everything. We have the greatest reserves of water, water on the continent, clean, pure water. We have the greatest areas of arable land in the world, actually, far greater than any other continent. And these are underutilized. We have resources. We have gold, we have diamonds, we have copper, we have virtually everything, even rare earth minerals. We have everything. And the question you ask is, why hasn't Africa become the richest continent in the world? And it's because of a lot of these borders that were hoisted on us by colonialism, a lot of infighting, a lot of a lack of trade between countries. And these are the things that have hampered us, and extractive capitalists have taken advantage from the outside to come in and take our resources and extract our resources for value adding in their continents. A lot of continents have enriched themselves from Africa. But Africa is now saying, hey, look, it's time for us to put our act together, to remove all these boundaries, all these borders, and to reap from our own resources and reap from trading within ourselves. I always talk about aviation because I'm very passionate about it. One of the things that has been agreed on in the past is to remove aviation borders between continents of Africa. To that end, there's what is called the Single African Aviation Trade Market, SATAM. It's part of the plan to remove all boundaries, all barriers between countries of Africa, so that airlines can fly in and out of Africa, in and out of member states within the continent, without any tariffs or without any inhibitions. And this is because Africa as a continent is still underdeveloped when it comes to infrastructure like roads and rail. And yet you need to trade yet Africa still needs to trade within itself. So the easiest way it can trade within itself, in the absence of road and rail, while road and rail are still being developed, is by using aviation as a means to access trade within the continent. So you've talked about non-tariff barriers. Yes, I'll now come to that. There are many non-tariff barriers that exist within the borders of Africa. We have things like delays in customs issues, lengthy or duplicated customs within the procedures, differences in standards and certification conflicts, because anything that comes into the country has to be subjected to standards, it has to be subjected to certification, which is an international norm. But when you have one country in Africa taking one standard and another adopting a totally different standard, when it comes to trade between these two countries, it creates conflict. So there's, I think we are now moving to eliminate some of those barriers. Things like way bridges between countries, police checks between countries, where that slow down movement of goods and services. You've heard it say that from Mombasa to Malaba, or from Mombasa to Tanga, you have all this number of roadblocks on the way, checks that are really not necessary. Because once a truck has been cleared from the port city of Mombasa or from Dar, it should be able to access any town within the East Africa region or within the region without undue stops and checks, which delay the movement of goods and services. So some of these are the things that that these discussions have weighed on, and we'll be looking in the near future to have all these barriers removed, so there's free movement of goods and services and people within the barriers of within the confines of our borders.
That's a good observation. Not only just the East African passport, we have so many barriers when it comes, especially when it comes to our roads. What role does Tanzania play in Kenya's access to regional market? Because I'm quite sure when it comes to regional markets, we're talking about SADC, we're talking about IGAD, we're talking about the West African bloc. What role can Tanzania play in Kenya's access to these markets?
Well, I think what Tanzania needs to do is to lean more towards Kenya than towards SADC, because we are actually closer to them than they are to SADC.
Yeah.
And there's a lot in terms of trade that we can do between the two countries rather than trade in SADC. And there's a lot of cooperation actually for the mutual benefit of both. I'm looking at examples like electricity, for instance, where we've seen an uptick in terms of consumption of electricity by Tanzanians from Kenya. We are exporting quite a bit of electricity. I think there's been an uptick over the last 2 years. We've more than quadrupled the amount of electricity that we export to Tanzania, because they have a shortfall and they're getting that shortfall from us. But we also have a shortfall, and we are getting our shortfall from Ethiopia. I think the Grand Renaissance Dam. We are getting our shortfall from them and pushing the same to Tanzania. So we are an in-between. And because there's infrastructure now, there's electric infrastructure, we are working in a way that is mutually beneficial for both countries. Then you look at things like natural gas, which Tanzania has in abundance, and which we use here, and which we can use here to power quite a number of our industries, to power the domestic sector. There's absolutely no reason why we shouldn't enhance our trade with Tanzania to the extent that we have all our natural gas needs met by them. And this is a conversation, it's a work in progress. I think it's ongoing, and we are looking forward to having a lot more of that. So there's a lot of mutual business that we can do with Tanzania, even to the exclusion of other regions like SADC. Yeah.
And still on the same, it's a good thing that you've mentioned natural gas, because that actually was my next question in regards to the resources that we have, because as you rightly put it, Africa is endowed with these natural resources. Let's go to natural gas. And there was a conversation between talking about Kenya and Uganda in regards to maybe setting up our own refineries and actually our own oil system that will serve the region. How significant could this be, and should this be part of the president's speech?
I think it will be. There is a conversation about an East African crude oil pipeline that covers quite a number of countries. I think it covers Kenya, Uganda, it covers Congo, it covers South Sudan, and it covers Tanzania as well. Building up, I've had a bit of conversation around pipelines. And building a pipeline or a refinery is not a small undertaking. It's a very expensive project. Let me take Kenya, for instance. We have crude oil deposits that have been found, I think, in Turkana, and quite a number of them. Thing is, our crude oil is waxy. And waxy crude oil needs a heated pipeline to transport from the oil fields to the refinery someplace. And building a heated crude oil pipeline is extremely expensive. I think you're talking of upward of $2 billion, which is money that we can't afford on our own right now. And sometimes, I mean, as it is right now, because these are still nascent explorations, the reserves that we have may not justify building a heated pipeline on our own. So we look to our neighbors and we look at them and see where they have bigger deposits than ours, or where they have similar deposits in terms of quantity to ours. And we team up and we put up common infrastructure so that the cost per unit now reduces, so that it becomes affordable now for Kenya and other partners who come on board to build a joint pipeline that we can use now to transport our oil to a refinery. Then, of course, now we have the refinery that we are talking about. By Of course, by nature of design, the refinery has to be by the coastline so that the product is exported easily, because the best way to transport product to markets overseas is through the sea. So Tanga is ideal. We've talked about putting a refinery in Tanga. It's ideal because it's a meeting point. It can be a meeting point of, or it can be a convergence point of oil from different countries. South Sudanese oil can be pumped to Tanga. Kenyan oil crude can be pumped to Tanga. That which is being explored in Uganda can be pumped to that pipeline in to the refinery in Tanga, and that which comes from Sudan as well. So there is virtue in having that East African crude oil pipeline jointly as the countries of the East African regional bloc. So there's a lot of virtue in that.
Yes, and still there's one more question I want to ask about the infrastructure, but for our viewers there or anyone who has just joined us, those are live pictures from Dodoma, the administrative capital of Tanzania. As you can see, the green and the fancy hats, those are members of the defense forces there. They have already mounted a guard of honor. We're expecting the head of state, President William Ruto, to be inspecting that guard of honor mounted on his honor. And also, we have seen a number of big vehicles just signaling some of the dignitaries who are already making their way to the Tanzanian parliament. And as soon as our Kenyan delegation is on site, we will be definitely crossing over just for a feel. But we do expect, just like our good friend JJ did mention, that we are expecting our Prime Cabinet Secretary and also the Foreign Affairs Cabinet Secretary CS to also be talking about why this visit is important. And still in studio, we are having a good discussion in regards to what to expect. Being the first one, we also have to speculate on what the president is talking about. But due to the economy and how we've been moving our things as the East African community, it's a good platform that the president is addressing. They keep streaming in. Of course, those are some of the delegations from Tanzania. Okay, we will be crossing over to for that, because actually the number plates themselves don't tell us much. But anyway, Leo, I'm looking at some of the tensions that we have in the East African region. I'm talking about, we've talked about the Kenya, Malaba, we're talking about Uganda, DR Congo, we're talking about the border between Sudan and Kenya. You will find that there are a number of issues in terms of security, in terms of tension, that our countries need to streamline. Yeah. From where you sit, which are some of these tensions that our president and the president of Tanzania should be striving to neutralize?
Actually, there are a number of tensions that need to be resolved and will be resolved, I think, in the very near future.
Yes.
Let me start by talking about the cultural ones, because we are culturally different in our orientation.
Yes.
From Tanzanians. We are capitalists, that's our bent.
Yes.
They are socialists. And capitalists tend to be aggressive.
Yes.
They tend to be go-getters, and they tend to rub others the wrong way. Socialists tend to be a lot more laid back, a lot more community minded than we are. So in past times, our interactions with the Tanzanians, even at a personal level, has rubbed them wrong, because we as Kenyans, because of our aggressive nature, don't really respect the cultural nuances that make the composition of the fabric of the Tanzanian community. So we don't respect that, and we go in rather brashly, and we rub them the wrong way. And that's why they're always telling us to slow down whenever we engage with them. So I think this visit is going to bring, this visit and subsequent visits and interactions are going to bring mutual understanding between the two communities about how they conduct themselves. No offense meant, when we are too fast. No offense meant when the others are a tad too slow for us. It's just in the nature of our makeup, nothing personal. Then we talk about tensions that have existed in the recent past between both countries, not really between both countries, rather within both countries. And the President Suluhu alluded to this yesterday when she talked about the Gen Z issue and how it affected both Tanzania and Kenya last year and I think the year before. And this is a generational divide. This is tension born from a generational divide between the old school and the young Turks who are now emerging and who are demanding greater access to fundamental rights and freedoms than their predecessors have, for instance. So the way these have been handled, I know they've been heavy-handed reprisals on both sides of the divide, but I think there is an understanding now in the way this ought to be handled. And we are leaning into each other. Kenya and Tanzania are leaning into each other in terms of handling this generation that is really aggressive and go-getting.
Yeah, and thank you for mentioning the youth, because we'll be touching on the youth because we've had unrest in both countries in the last, 1 year. But now we are also joined by a constitutional lawyer and advocate of the High Court and also a university don. His name is Gibson Gisore. Karibu sana wakili.
Thank you, Troy.
Yeah.
Sorry for being late.
Yeah.
Traffic sometimes can be chaotic in Nairobi.
Yeah, Karibu, as you can see on your screen, we have our Green Army there with fancy hats. They have mounted, those are Defense Forces of Tanzania, have mounted a guard of honor in honor of our head of state. But from a constitutional standpoint, what does this mean for a head of state visiting and addressing a foreign parliament? And does such platform carry any legal implication, or are we looking at something purely symbolic?
Thank you, Troy. It's good to be with Leo, my brother, for a long time. We've not been meeting here. Yeah, but what you asked, Troy, is whether there's any legal implication.
Just a minute. My director informs me that we need to have a check on that microphone. But Leo, it's a good thing that you mentioned the youth, and one of the things that the two countries have been able to witness in the last 1 year and a half is unrest by the young. And just like you rightly put it, that we have to address the generational gap, and we also have to put them on the pedestal. We have to also put them where they can be able to be heard, and not only heard, they also need to participate in the constitutional affairs of our region, Kenya included.
Yeah.
How do the two head of state address this generational crisis?
Let's start by talking about the similarities. The first, of course, the most obvious, of course, is the generational gap.
Yeah.
These are Gen Z. These are people who are under 30s.
Yeah.
And pitted against a much older, laid-back generation. So there's bound to be conflict. Then the second is the fact that the tools of their descent are different from the tools that we had, say, in my generation. Because they have mobile phones, they have social media, and they're able to galvanize a lot faster than my generation, say, would in times past. But there's also a downside to them having some of these tools of information dissemination, because you get a lot of AI being used to disseminate falsehoods. You get, for example, pictures that were of some violence in some place else in the past being superimposed on a situation, say, like what happened in Tanzania last year, or what happened in Kenya. And when you have all these gory pictures of other situations that happened elsewhere, when you've used AI or when you use technology to make them look as though they are breaking news, they foment a lot of tension, and it becomes very difficult to deal with situations such as that. But I think from what I've seen, there's a Tanzanian report that has come to do with the last year's post-election violence. It departs from ours. I mean, the post-election violence that they had last year is markedly different from the one that we had, say, in 2007, 2008. Because in 2007-8, we invited external support to come and help us mediate between all the warring factions. Tanzania have decided to do it on their own. They've had an internal process. and they've come up with a raft of recommendations that if we lean into as well before our elections next year, may help us to understand this generation and may help us to make informed choices going into the elections of next year. So those are the fundamental differences, I think, and there's quite a bit in terms of similarity, in terms of the experiences that they had last year, and in terms of the experiences that we've had. But we have an edge over them in the sense that we have institutions of accountability. Say, for instance, for police violence, we have IPOA. My good friend Wakili Gisore will tell you that IPOA is there, and it is mandated with oversight over the police in case of any excesses. And then we have, of course, easily one of the best constitutions, if not on the continent, then in the entire world, because it gives us liberal fundamental rights and freedoms. And we are able to exercise this even without fear of reprisal, of heavy-handed reprisal, or without fear of sanction. Yeah, so those are differences that exist between these two countries and that we can learn from each other. Yeah.
And how do we make this binding? Because let's be very honest, we are very good as a region and also as a continent. We are very good at coming up with proposals, coming up with very good speeches. But how do we make this binding? I mean, it's not even here in Kenya, it's there in Tanzania. How do you make it legally binding so that we do not run into the issue of making it just something symbolic?
In Kenya, that's why I say in Kenya we are ahead of Tanzania, because we have a robust constitution that defends our rights and freedoms. And we have courts of law, that we can turn to whenever these rights and freedoms are violated. We have institutions in place already. I think Tanzania is coming of age, following in our footsteps, and they may, as a clamor, as we've had in past times, there's been a clamor for constitutional amendment in Tanzania, which was similar to what we had about a decade or 2 decades ago. So they are following in our footsteps, and that's the trajectory they probably will have to take at some point, so that they allow the same level of rights and freedoms that exist in this region. If we have to move progressively, if we have to move together as a bloc, we have to have the same rights and freedoms existing within the region. We are not quite there yet, but we have taken great strides forward. Tanzania are now beginning to follow in the same trajectory that we've taken over the years.
Gibson, apologies for that technical hitch, but what do you make of the president? And as I rightly put it, sometimes we just, things are symbolic.
Yes.
How can we ensure that this is legally binding?
Thank you, Troy. You see, the East African community, if I may start from there, serves as the umbrella body which encapsulates the affairs of the community. So far, we've not been acting as one because of trade, because of internal strifes, as my brother Liu has highlighted. We have also not been speaking from the same in terms of investments. You realize the pipeline was supposed to pass through Kenya from Uganda. It ended up being in Tanzania. So that, of course, brings in internal strifes. Much as it's your brother, when you see what was meant for you, for your taking, your brother has been given, you would be like, what about me? And there's nothing you're getting. So those are some of the internal issues. And then now, we're also having the issue of the Gen Z, who seem to do not know borders, because the Gen Z in Tanzania really gave our government a run for their money, as they did to ours. And for Tanzania, which is believed to be operating on a nundugu basis, when they have their young ones coming up and standing up against government, that caught them by surprise. So I believe the two presidents want to exchange some notes and get to know how can we act better, how can we be able to because much as the two situations were handled, they were handled differently, but with a lot of challenges. And those challenges is what they will want to compare notes and know how best can we be able to handle or manage this crisis, if at all it comes again, to avoid us having a very bad name out there. And then, of course, the international community is also watching, so that you're able to present yourself as people who know what they're doing, who can be able to manage their populations better. The other thing which you asked earlier, which I was to respond, was the aspect of the visit to the Tanzanian parliament, whether it's symbolic or it's what constitutional connotations does it have. Yeah. Traditionally, the visit by a visiting head of state to come and address a parliament has been considered as a symbolic gesture to show brotherly and mutual relations. You realize at the executive level you can engage, even on phone you can engage on visits. But when that visit moves a step further and somebody addresses a parliament, it means it's a clear sign that we want to do more. We want to totally engage. You realize parliaments are the ones which ratify bilateral arrangements you have gotten into, even any other international agreements which the country has gotten to in the name of the executive, then the parliament must be able to follow suit and then say, yeah, that one we will do. So when a president comes and addresses you, they address you on those issues. So when those issues come on the floor, you'll be like, the president was here, we agreed. I mean, you know, after the address, you interact with the president, you are able to give an audience, you even eat lunch. So our good friend from Nigeria, Chinua Achebe, did say that when a brother invites his kinsmen for meat or for a meal, does not mean that they have been sleeping hungry in their home. Yeah. It means we want to maintain our brotherhood. And I think that is what is being expressed here, that Kenya and Tanzania need to do more in terms of their mutual agreements, in terms of their mutual coordination. So far, so good. We have had issues at Namanga, whereby we have trailers who are supposed to be bringing things to Kenya, being stuck there for some time, or the same way. Kenyans wanting to take things to Tanzania also being stopped from actually applying their trade in Tanzania. So those are some of the disagreements which we will want to clear, and I believe that by the president being there, he will be able to sort some of these things, and then we will be able to have akin to what the European Union has. Once you land in Kenya, you don't need any visa to go to Tanzania. You don't need to be stopped anywhere. You just take a train and move. The last thing, Troy, I would want to say is, as a community, we are making strides in terms of infrastructural development. Just recently, the president had to launch the SGR to Uganda. I'm hoping and trusting that part of this arrangement we'll be able to have our SGR also extend to Dar es Salaam, to Arusha, and to actually the other town by the lakeside of Mwanza, so that we can now seamlessly be moving or playing our trade, so that we can be able to link the two connections, so that, I mean, you can be able, the citizens can be able to have options, and we can be able to grow our economies together.
And well said. I'm looking at what we've had from yesterday. 8 bilateral agreements were signed. So I'm looking at commitments in trade, infrastructure, or even policy. So what legal processes must follow back? You've rightly said that, of course, the Tanzanian Parliament need to ratify what is going to be had today by the head of state. What processes should follow back home? Because I'm quite sure also Parliament in Kenya will be following very keenly.
Essentially, once these bilateral agreements have been assented to, then they take it to their parliaments to ratify. So once their parliaments ratify, if there is any law which exists within their own jurisdiction now which limits, then it has to be amended to follow tune to the bilateral agreements, and that now becomes sacrosanct, and each country is now bound, so that that loophole is now cured. So that is the legal process which takes place. There are also some other agreements which are by executive fiat, whereby you just sign an executive order, and then that goes, and then it's ratified later by the parliament. Follow suit by ensuring that process is also legally complied with. So in terms of legal issues, once they have signed the agreements, the only other aspect is to every country now to move to their own jurisdiction and their own parliaments to ensure that the agreements are indeed meant to be binding upon themselves, so that at the end of the day, the agreement is not signed in vain. It's actually an effective agreement which can be able to be followed through. This is important because as a community, much as we have the overarching East African Community Protocol and the Charter which governs, some of the things are deeply personal. Like they could be deeply personal between Kenya and Uganda. You could be able to, the Charter could be highlighting issues of tourism, but you could not be able to spell whether the wild beasts should be stopped at the border when they're coming into Kenya from the Mara. So some of these things is bilateral agreements which we can be able to agree that let the wild beasts be free, and then let also our tourists be able to follow the wild beasts to wherever they are. If they are in the other side, tourists has come to the Mara and they are in the other side of Serengeti. They shouldn't be stopped at the border that now you finish your tour from there. Let them just
only
follow
allowing
them.
wild beasts to cross.
Yes, let also the tourists be able to be freely move around so that we can be able to foster our tourism together. It's interesting that I realized Tanzania is doing way better in tourism than us. I thought we used to do better. So those are some of the notes we need to exchange. How can we grow our numbers even better so that we can be able to get more in terms of from tourism and other things like investment. For example, Troy, we are hosting the Confederation of African Football, I think, next year. I'm hoping, it was my sincere belief that if the president could have talked earlier, the SGR could have been connected to all these cities which are hosting. For example, if we could have a connection to Arusha. So I could comfortably take a train from Nairobi, watch a match in Arusha and then back, and then the Tanzanians can do the same, come to Nairobi and do the same. So that is what we are talking about. And if we could be able to invest in such things, it could be because of a tournament, but these investments or infrastructure remain for eternity, and they keep serving now the people engaging in business.
Leo, let me pick up from where Wakili has left. And let me use this word, arguably. Tanzanian tourism is doing better than Kenya. I don't want the magical Kenyan guys to call me later on to tell me where are the numbers. But arguably, Tanzanian tourism is doing way better than most of the countries in the region. And I want to ask which sectors are bound to benefit. I know you are an aviation expert, and we're talking about tourism. Just like Gisore has said, when we are hosting the Africa Cup of Nations next year, I would want to go to Tanzania, watch a match, then sleep maybe in Uganda, watch that match, and then come back. Of course, we cannot do that with the train, and it's too late to do that, but we can do that using our planes. Maybe the costs, maybe looking at the windows of travel, you know, making the interconnectivity a little bit much easier. But allow me not to preempt. What sectors are bound to benefit from this historic visit?
We've touched on a number of things, and let me start by addressing why the Tanzanian tourism sector seems to do much better than Kenya's. It has to do with the product offering. Our product offering has sort of stagnated over the years. Some of the time when you go to our so-called five-star hotels at the coast, you find that they haven't been refurbished or renovated in 10, 15, 20 years. And the tourist who comes into the country is a discerning tourist. And he will come in and see the sort of infrastructure that you have in terms of accommodation, in terms of the product that you're offering, and then move to Tanzania and find that Tanzania is offering a better product, and then make up his mind to revisit Tanzania over and over and over again. And those who've been to the mountain, we have two mountains within the East Africa region, at least two prominent ones. Those mountaineers will tell you that there's Kilimanjaro and there is Mount Kenya. And Mount Kenya is essentially on the Kenyan side. Kilimanjaro is on the Tanzanian side. When you go to Kilimanjaro, the experience that you get in terms of the product that they give you is quote unquote more superior than that which you get from Mount Kenya. You have very clean bathrooms, which is a big deal when you're up there on the mountain. You have accommodation facilities. You have network. You have network coverage for communication so that you're able to communicate using your cell phones. Then you come to Mount Kenya, on the other hand, where bathrooms are few and far between, where accommodation is very spartan. And when it comes to a coin toss between the two, if you're looking for a high net worth tourist, the toss will fall, obviously, to Tanzania. I'm told those who've gone to the parks in Tanzania, you go, say, to Serengeti or someplace, you find that when you get to a rest stop where tourists can relieve themselves, Tanzanians have about 100 clean bathrooms that tourists can use. When you come to the Kenyan side, again, you will be constrained to find a few serviceable ones. So that's a sort of product offering that I'm talking about that sets them apart. But we, on the other hand, have developed our aviation sector over the years, and we've, I think, fine-tuned it to a well-run, well-oiled machine. We've chosen to make Nairobi the hub and other destinations within the region as spokes that radiate from that hub. So we have frequencies, multiple frequencies to different destinations. I think we have frequencies to Dar, we have frequencies, multiple different frequencies to Dar es Salaam, we have multiple frequencies, I think, to Zanzibar. I think you can fly from here to Arusha. You can go to, within the region, you can have multiple frequencies, again, to Uganda. And this has been a deliberate effort centered around the national carrier, our flag carrier, that is Kenya Airways. We've built it up over the years. We've fine-tuned the routes we've rationalized the routes that are profitable or that are busy. We've developed other routes that were not in existence, or rather we've even opened new routes. We've used the fleet of Embraer planes that we have to open new routes in a sustainable way, in a way that is affordable. So our aviation industry is a well-oiled machine, and it runs far better than that which Tanzania has. So at the moment, I think the relationship now between the two is symbiotic in the sense that we use our aviation industry to bring in the tourists and to send them then where the product offering is superior, that is in Tanzania. So it's a symbiotic relationship at the moment. But which is not to say that this, where we are lagging or where Tanzania are lagging, cannot be developed. I think Tanzanians have started a new airline, and they are really investing into making it work the way it ought to be. And Kenyans, on the other hand, I think, are now playing catch-up in terms of the product offering that they have. Yeah.
Wakili, we need to cross over to Dodoma, but before we do, I would like to ask, how important is the ratification of this speech by bodies such as the Kenya National Assembly in legitimizing any outcomes of this speech?
It's very key. Otherwise, whatever agreements which is agreed or signed upon today might not have any legal hold or any legal impetus if it's not ratified by the Kenyan Parliament. See, that whole document is brought by the Attorney General to the Parliament, and that is got to be debated, whether it makes sense, whether it's a good thing, and then a vote is passed. And once that is passed, then it becomes an instrument which is enforceable in the country.
Yeah.
So in terms of ratification is by Parliament, and it's very key that Parliament plays tune. Plays tune that whatever arrangements the President went to sign are actually arrangements which are beneficial. They are mutually symbiotic, as Leo has highlighted. So that is how we look at them from that perspective. But I will also want to touch on what Leo has been expressing on our superior product and on the aspect of aviation. To say the least, I'm disappointed. I mean, I don't know what Leo will say. Our KQ is not giving us the service it ought to be giving.
Yeah.
The aspect of the hub we ought to have done better. But some of the challenges they face is because of the poor airport we have, which we ought to have improved a while back. It has not been improved. Ethiopia now is investing in 100 million capacity per year, that's per annum, airport in Bishoftu, just outside Addis. and besides the one which they have, which is superior to ours.
Okay.
If you go take a plane to the Ethiopian, I think Ethiopia does more business from Nairobi than KQ does from JKIA. So, because at least in every hour there's an Ethiopian plane taking people or landing to bringing people and landing. So, you go to their hub in Bole, it's a hub of action. It's a beer. It's like Mudurwa. But you go to ours, you see some few people seated by the benches waiting for one aircraft to take. Once it goes, you wait for another 3-4 hours. So we need to have a busy hub like the Ethiopians have. Now they're going a notch higher. We are still sleeping. You see, Ethiopia does not have a very superior tourism product, but they have invested in their tourism that they are going to be a hub for transport, which Kenya, which was the pride of Africa, ought to have been the case, but Ethiopia has taken that. Now we have competing interests, like Tanzania is also busy investing in theirs. Uganda is busy investing theirs. Even Burundi has started theirs. Malawi has one airplane. So it means competition is coming up. This was a market which KQ was utilizing. We need to invest in these hubs to ensure that we have the numbers. And then, of course, put in their plans to have all those washrooms along the way by the Kenya, but then it's just plans. We need to effect them so that we can be able to have that superior product which we have been wishing for, and we can be able to retain more in terms of the monies which the tourists are willing to utilize or to use in Kenya. That is how we can be able to. Then we need to open up. Tanzania has also invested hugely in the aviation sector by building a lot of infrastructure in terms of airports. I think they are the leading now in the region in terms of good airports. You can now land from anywhere from outside in Arusha. There is Kilimanjaro, there is Dar es Salaam, there is even Dodoma and even the Mwanza one. As opposed to us, KQ will tell you that we only have 1 flight or 2 flights to Kisumu and 1 flight to Eldoret per day. The others should be serviced by Jumbo Jet. And you know, that in itself demonstrates that we need to be a bit more serious. I don't know why we don't have direct flights by KQ to Rukana. It's because of the airport there is not up to standard. So we need to look into some of these things, so that as a country, we also look like we are serious people in terms of investment. We did one in Isiolo. I don't know what happened. It's just lying there. I think most probably if you go there right now, it's goat sleeping on the runway. So some of these things, and that region covers a lot of tourism activities. There's the Mount Kenya, there's the Isiolo, the parks around there. Those parks are underutilized. If they have to be serviced, somebody has to take a road trip to the other side, as opposed to even having international flights landing there. Wajir itself offers huge tourism activities, but who knows? You just have to go there to see it. That takes 2 to 3 days.
Allow me just to point out for our viewers that right now we have picked a link by the Tanzania Broadcasting Corporation, that is more or less like a sister station to KBC, at the airport in Dodoma, where, as you have seen, the President William Ruto now being received at the airport, and of course having a session with some of the people who have been there from the Tanzanian government to ensure that they are welcoming the head of state. Allow me not to mention or not to call them by names for the airport, the Tanzania, but let's now cross over to my colleague JJ Kuria, who has been in the Tanzanian administration capital of Dodoma since Sunday, and he now joins us with an update of that. The last time I checked, Kuria, you had very good polished Kiswahili, and I'm hoping that you can keep up when you come back. Over to you, Kuria.
Asante sana mwenzangu Ben Troy. Ni kweli Kiswahili changu kwa kiasi kimeweza kuonyesha umaarufu kidogo, lakini ni kwa sababu nimekaa hapa kwa siku kama 2 hivi, na kwa hivyo natarajia nikaweza kukaa zaidi ya siku zingine 20, labda Kiswahili changu kitakuwa hata kizuri zaidi. Lakini picha unazoziona moja kwa moja ni Rais William Ruto ameshafika katika uwanja wa ndege wa Dodoma, Na safari ya kutoka hapo katika uwanja wa Dodoma hadi hapa katika bunge ni muda mfupi sana, kwa sababu maeneo haya mawili yamekaribia. Na unavyoona kwa upande huu hapa katika bunge la Dodoma ni majeshi ya ulinzi ya nchi ya Tanzania wakijitayarisha hivi ili rais atakapofika aweze kukagua gwaride la heshima ambalo limewekwa na jeshi la ulinzi la wananchi wa Tanzania. Katika majengo ya bunge na haswa katika mlango ambao rais ataweza kupitia, zulia ambazo zilikuwa zimelalishwa tu sasa zimeweza kupangiliwa kwa uzuri na kwa utaratibu, ndipo sasa rais aweze kupitia hapo, na ni ishara kwamba muda wowote sasa rais atakuwa akifika hapa katika majengo ya bunge la Tanzania. Rais tayari amewasili katika uwanja huo wa Dodoma ili kuanza safari yake rasmi ya kuja katika bunge hili. Atakuwa anawazungumzia wabunge takriban 403 ambao ni wabunge wa bunge la Tanzania, ikiwemo pia mwanasheria mkuu wa nchi ya Tanzania ama the Office of Attorney General, pia ni mmoja wa wale wabunge ambao wanakaa katika bunge la nchi ya Tanzania. Kunao 272 ambao wamechaguliwa na maeneo bunge ambao wanawakilisha maeneo bunge 272. Vile vile kuna kina mama 110 kama sikosei, ambao pia wamechaguliwa katika jumba hili katika viti vya wanawake, na vile vile kuna wao wabunge 10 ambao pia wameweza kuteuliwa na rais wa jamhuri ili kuketi katika bunge hili. Na kwa hivyo pamoja ukiunganisha wabunge hao wote ni 403 ambao wanaketi katika bunge hili, na ndio ambao Rais William Ruto atakuwa anawazungumzia. Masuala ni mengi kuhusu kuimarisha kwa biashara, miundo msingi na uchukuzi vile vile katika nchi hizi mbili, nchi ya Kenya na Tanzania. Kumbuka ni majirani wa miaka mingi, na mahusiano haya yamekuwepo kwa muda wa zaidi ya miaka 60 tangu wakati ambapo Tanzania ilijipatia uhuru chini ya Rais Mwalimu Kambarage Nyerere, na vile vile pia nchi ya Kenya chini ya utawala wa mwanzilishi wa taifa Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. Na kwa hivyo mahusiano haya, ziara ya rais hapa Tanzania, unakumbuka ni ziara ya siku 2, na ni ziara ambayo inanuia kuimarisha uhusiano kati ya mataifa haya mawili, taifa la Kenya na vile vile taifa la Tanzania. Na ukimulika hapa nyuma yangu kidogo tu, nilikuwa nataka mpiga picha wangu aweze kumulika hizi zulia ambazo zimelazwa saa hizi tu kama ishara ya kwamba rais atakuwa anawasili wakati wowote katika maeneo ya bunge. Atakapowasili kupitia katika zulia hili, atapanda katika jukwaa lile, na katika lile jukwaa ndipo ambako kutakuwepo na nyimbo za taifa, wimbo wa taifa wa Tanzania, wimbo wa taifa wa Kenya, na hivyo baadaye pia ambaye analiongoza jeshi la Tanzania ambalo linaongoza hili gwaride ataweza kumuuliza rais kuweza kukagua gwaride hili la heshima hapa katika uwanja wa bunge la Tanzania. Na ndipo rais atakapomaliza kukagua gwaride, moja kwa moja ataingia katika ukumbi wa bunge hili la Tanzania na kuweza kuwahutubia wabunge zaidi ya 400 ambao wamekusanyika hapo. Vile vile tumeona baadhi ya Wakenya ama utasema ni delegation ya Kenya ambayo imefika. Nimemwona waziri wa masala ya jimbo hili ama East African Community ambaye ni Mama School, tayari tushamuona. Magavana ambao kimipaka wanahusiana na nchi ya Tanzania kwa moja ama lingine. Utakumbuka kwamba kaunti ya Narok, kaunti ya Kajiado na vile vile kaunti ya Taita Taveta ni mmoja wapo ambazo kaunti ambapo mpaka wa Kenya na Tanzania ni mrefu zaidi, na kwa hivyo nimemwona gavana wa kaunti ya Narok Patrick Ole Ntutu, gavana wa Kajiado ambaye ni Joseph Ole Lenku, na vile vile gavana Mwadime wa kaunti ya Taita Taveta nimeona tayari washaingia katika bunge hili. Vile vile katibu katika East African Community Affairs Mama Caroline Karugu vile vile ni mmoja wa wale wajumbe ama ni baadhi ya wajumbe wa Jamhuri ya Kenya ambao tayari wako kwenye ukumbi. Utakumbuka kwamba rais alifika jana, lakini kabla ya hapo ujumbe huu ulikuwa umetangulia siku ya Jumapili ukiongozwa naye waziri mwenye mamlaka makuu ndiye Musalia Mudavadi tayari, ambaye alikuwa amewasili na ujumbe huo siku ya Jumapili, na wakaweza kujadili mambo mawili matatu ambayo pia yalikuwa ni sehemu yale waliozungumzia jana katika bilateral talks ama mazungumzo kati ya nchi hizi mbili yaliyoongozwa na Rais William Ruto na Rais wa Tanzania Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan. Ni vizuri nikwambie kwamba utaratibu wa hutuba hii ya rais hapa katika bunge hili ni kwamba mwenyeji wake Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan hatakuwa katika maeneo haya. Ilivyo desturi ya parliamentary address by a foreign head of state, ilivyo desturi ya rais mwenyeji huwa haji katika maeneo haya ya bunge. Kwa hivyo itakuwa ni Rais William Ruto peke yake ambaye atakuwa akiwasili hapa. Vile vile nimeona viongozi wa ulinzi wa majeshi ya Tanzania, jeshi la wananchi wa Tanzania, that is the Tanzania Defence Forces, na vile vile nimeona viongozi wa idara za polisi ambao pia wameshafika kwa wingi na wako ndani ya bunge, na vile vile viongozi wakuu wa serikali ya Tanzania na vile vile viongozi wa bunge la Tanzania wameshafika hapa, na kwa hivyo muda mfupi sasa tunakuwa tunamtarajia Rais William Ruto kufika katika maeneo haya ya bunge. Kama ulivyoona alishatua katika uwanja wa Dodoma, na kwa muda wote sasa atakuwa anafika hapa katika majengo ya bunge ya Dodoma. Kumbuka kwamba Dodoma ni administrative capital ya nchi ya Tanzania. Mji mkuu wa Tanzania ni Dar es Salaam, lakini sasa pia shughuli nyingi za serikali zinafanyika hapa katika mji huu wa Dodoma, na hapa ndio bunge la Dodoma, bunge la Tanzania lipo. Na utakumbuka kwamba pia si ujumbe tu wa nchi ya Tanzania vile tunaijua. Utakumbuka kwamba pia kuna wajumbe kama 5 kutoka nchi ya Zanzibar ambayo pia ni sehemu ya nchi hii ya Tanzania ambao pia wamo katika bunge hili. Kwa hivyo yale unayoona tu ni matayarisho. Pindi tu rais atakapofika tutaweza kukuonyesha picha ya moja kwa moja. Haya ni matayarisho tu wakati ambapo tunamtarajia Rais William Ruto kufika katika majengo ya bunge hapa Dodoma. Tunaona tu viongozi wanazidi kufika. Piga picha wangu ataweza kuelekeza macho pale tumjue anani aliyefika. Kumbuka kwamba hadi wa sasa bado hatujamwona waziri mwenye mamlaka makuu Musalia Mudavadi, ambaye pia ni mmoja wa wale ambao wameambatana na rais katika ziara hii ya siku 2 ya kuimarisha tu uhusiano kati ya Jamhuri ya Kenya na Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, the United Republic of Tanzania. Kwa hivyo sasa hawa ni wabunge na ujumbe wa Tanzania pia wanapoendelea kuingia na kufika katika maeneo ya bunge hapa Dodoma, huku tu hivi tukihesabu madakika kabla ya rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya Mheshimiwa William Ruto kufika hapa ili kuweza kuanzisha shughuli hii rasmi. Tulikoelekeza kamera zetu, kumbuka huko sio kwenye rais wa Kenya atatokea, ila ni ujumbe tu. Viongozi wakuu wa serikali ya Kenya, viongozi wakuu wa serikali ya Tanzania, huko ndiko wanakopitia. Lakini pia wakati Rais William Ruto atafika hapa, tutaelekeza macho yetu kutoka kule atakokuwa kitoka. Musalia Mudavadi ndio huyo, waziri mwenye mamlaka makuu ameshafika. Hivyo ni ishara kwamba Rais William Ruto atakuwa anafika hapa muda wowote sasa. Maanake wamekuwa pamoja, yeye ndiye mmoja wa wale waliompokelea pale katika uwanja wa ndege wa Dodoma, na kufika kwake pamoja na ujumbe mwingine wa Kenya ni ishara tosha kwamba Rais William Ruto yupo karibu. Kwa sasa naomba nikurudishe studio kidogo tu ili tuweze kutayarisha wakati tu rais atakapofika tuweze kuonyesha picha ya moja kwa moja. Kwako studio.
Well, asante sana mwenzangu JJ Kioria ukiwa Dodoma katika Jamhuri ya Tanzania. Well said, and kudos, quite well-polished Swahili. But gentlemen, as you have seen the preparations for this, and something that he has also reminded us and Kenyans as well, is that the president of Tanzania, Samia Suluhu Hassan, is not going to be joining him. Maybe, Wakili, you can tell us why is that?
Traditionally, I think as John Jacob Curie has explained, it's not in the nature of presidential addresses by a foreign dignitary for our foreign president or a visiting president that the current president be there. They are kind of left, is handed over to the speaker. You realize the speaker is also a guest to the speaker of that particular parliament, so that they can also have an open interaction with the members of parliament, and then be able to have one-on-one engagements, so that they can be able to have a meaningful engagement, as opposed to, you know, when you have two presidents, you have two governments basically, and two security systems. That
attending a house that's supposed to be independent from
yes,
the
yes,
executive.
and that brings a lot of security bureaucracies, which might not even give priority to the people who are actually supposed to interact. So I think to avoid those bureaucracies and those security channels, which are now elongated because of the two dignitaries, then you just have to stay back, let the Speaker of Parliament be able to handle, because they have also their security system, so that it's easier to merge, and the bureaucracies in terms of security are reduced, and then there's open interaction, because it's a safe space now. You secure the space for members of Parliament now to interact freely. If it's having lunch thereafter, you can be able to have members of Parliament to interact with the Kenyan delegation, and then be able to exchange notes, and then be able to know. You see, it's also supposed to serve as a heart-to-heart or a BNB, business-to-business, or now this is government-to-government, so that you can be able to interact. I'm sure there are a couple of members of Parliament who are in tow with the president, and they will be able to serve and be able to discuss. Ministers can be able to meet. I don't know whether the Tanzanian ministers sit in Parliament still, or they are technocrats as we opted to take them. But if that would be the case still, our cabinet secretaries are also in tow, so that they can be able to interact and exchange notes freely without major hindrances in terms of security. So that is the whole aspect of why the sitting president has got to stay back and then maybe get the report after.
Leo, something else for the interest of our viewers is that we're talking about we are in Dodoma. We are not in Arusha. Dodoma being the administrative capital of Tanzania, and the capital city being
Dar es Salaam.
Dar es Salaam. Why is it that we have seen the same thing in Nigeria, where we have Lagos and Abuja? How does it help a country run its affairs?
There's been a move actually to decentralize government activities from the capital. And to move them, I think, into the hinterland, into more or less, in terms of geographical location, more or less to the center of the country. And as you rightly pointed out, this has been done in Abuja, where there's been a move to move government from Lagos to Abuja. Abuja then becomes the administrative city of the country. There's also been that move to similarly, Tanzania has also taken that move, and it's been long in coming. I mean, it's not a recent development. I think this started in the days of Julius Nyerere. It was a plan that had been put in motion to move the capital from the administration from Dar es Salaam to the center of the country, which is Dodoma. And as we were talking with Wakili a short while ago, we were saying, you see, this takes away the strain that the capital city has whenever it is the center of everything. As is the case in Kenya, where when you want government services, you have to come to Nairobi. When you want commercial services, you come to Nairobi. When you decentralize, then you separate the two. You separate commerce from government. In instances like South Africa, you even separate parliament from the administrative seat of the country. You find in South Africa, parliament sits in Cape Town, the administration sits in Pretoria. Then you find the legal system is actually in Bloemfontein, you know? Yeah, in totally different cities, satellite cities, so to speak, of Joburg, but separated from the commercial center. So you avoid that overcrowding. For planning purposes, it's actually ideal. Even when there's movement of VVIPs, it does not cause much of a consternation, as is the case in Kenya, where you have CSs and MPs and all these dignitaries moving and causing constrictions in terms of our traffic flow. When you move them away, when you move focus away from the center, then it leads to, first of all, greater efficiency in terms of movement, and decentralizing of various arms of power.
And I couldn't help but notice that the airstrip, the Dodoma airstrip, is quite near to the parliament. I'm just trying to imagine if it's the same situation here in the country. And yes, they have decentralized government, and we are looking at even an airstrip very close to parliament. This is one way of decongesting towns, which is something that actually in the Connected Summit we're talking about, also decongesting cities, because you find that in the morning, just like you say, the MPs, you find the CEOs, you know, causing huge traffic. And when we have conferences, it causes a lot of discomfort in the country. That is the speaker, as you can see, that is the speaker of the Tanzanian Parliament, donned together with his officials as well. They are donned in their regalia, and they're expected to be presiding over what is supposed to be a historic visit by the head of state from Kenya, the first visit in history. And also, let's say that it's more or less ile kurudisha mkono. We had the same situation in 2021. And Leo, if you can remember, in 2021 when Samia Suluhu did address the Kenyan Parliament, did we see things move? Did we see things change?
In what aspect, if I may ask, Ben? What are you alluding to exactly in terms of the changes?
Just allow me to just point out the speaker of the Tanzanian Parliament. His name is Musa Hassan Zungu. He is the one tasked with the responsibility of handling the president and the Kenyan delegation. And as you can see, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, just like we mentioned and JJ also pointed out, is that he will be there also welcoming the head of state, and he's also leading the delegation. Yesterday we did have 8 memorandum of understanding signed, and being the Foreign Affairs Cabinet Secretary, that's where you see him waiting for the head of state. So we are expecting for President William Ruto any moment now. And as I have mentioned, that he will be welcomed by the speaker, who is Musa Hassan Zungu. After that, as I mentioned when we were beginning this, following all the standing orders of parliament, the head of state will later on, after the guard of honor, he will be entering parliament and also addressing the 403 parliamentarians. Gentlemen, ours is what, 410? Something. All our leaders, including our senators. Around 400.
Yeah, I'm not too sure of the exact figure, but over 400 for sure.
Over 400. Yes. And also the Attorney General of Tanzania, who is among the people who have been invited for that sitting. Remember, the head of state of Tanzania, that is Suluhu Samia Hassan, will not be in attendance, just like we saw in 2021, where she addressed the Parliament of Kenya, and the president back then, who was President Uhuru, did not attend that session. Of course, the separation of powers, I believe, Wakili.
Yes, the separation of power is very important, and as I already alluded earlier, is the other aspect of also trying to not micromanage things. You know, as the sitting president, there's also a way things are done. So you just let them be, so that the speaker now hosts the visiting president, and his members of parliament can be able to interact freely, because he's going to an arm of government. It could not be advisable that the president is following the other one around everywhere. As the norm is, maybe the only thing which is left for Suluhu to do is to host them for dinner in the evening. The rest of the activities after a year is maybe after the address, they will have a lunch or something, some interaction for some few hours. The president might resort to also his business activities, because also remember we have Tanzanians who have invested in Kenya. We have the project Taifa Gas in Tanzania, in the coast.
Yeah.
It's done by Tanzanian. And a couple, Nation Daily business was actually bought by Tanzania. So you could maybe get some more investors who will have to express interest so that you can have that business-to-business aspect, because you cannot only go for diplomatic activities only. So we can also have some more discussions around, the discussions which they said that they want, Dangote wants to set up when he was here with President Museveni. They expressed that they want to do another major oil refinery like they did in Lagos. So such arrangements, that is the time now you are left to discuss and be able to even attract more investments, or even have Kenyan investors also express interest in doing business. You remember our KCB, our Equity Bank are big investors in Tanzania, and maybe there could be more banks which would be willing to do business in Tanzania, either through mergers and acquisition, or to actually start off business from the ground. So those are some of the things now. Of course, if you are with the president, they become more serious.
Actually, allow me to just interject. That should be the President William Ruto arriving at the Parliament, and also allow me to just point this out, that this production is in conjunction with the Tanzanian Broadcasting Corporation, who are our partners in this production. They are the national broadcaster there, and we are the national broadcaster on this side. We've partnered with them in a number of activities, including the Moi. Remember the Moi funeral. But the head of state, as you can see, the Green Army is now getting ready to welcome the head of state, and the speaker and the deputy, and if I'm not wrong, the third gentleman there could be the clerk of the Assembly, of the National Assembly of Tanzania.
Sure.
The head of state is expected to address the parliament, but before then, he have to also be. All right, let's first of all hear the sights and sounds of Dodoma.
Ukweli na uhakika.
kwa heshima yako ikiongozwa na maofisa wawili, wakaguzi wa 4, askari wa vyama mbalimbali 101 ziko timamu kwa ukaguzi, Mheshimiwa Rais. Mheshimiwa, endelea kwa heshima yako. Naomba uendelee na ratiba inayofuata, Mheshimiwa Rais.
Mtazamaji wa Bunge TV, iliyowekwa hapo kwa ajili ya mgeni wa heshima hapa katika muhimili wa Bunge.
Bunge TV.
Heshima, pengine hiyo ni zawadi, zawadi picha ya Bunge la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Atakapofika kule basi awe na ukumbusho ofisini kwake kwamba aliwahi kufanya ziara katika Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania na akapokea zawadi hiyo ya ukumbusho wa picha ya jengo la Bunge. Na sasa ni moja kwa moja hadi ukumbi wa Bunge. Na mtazamaji, haya ni mapokezi ya heshima kabisa yakionyesha uzito wa tukio hili kwa pande zote mbili, Jamhuri ya Kenya na Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Wabunge wakiwa na bashasha kule wakimsubiri mgeni wao mashuhuri, mgeni wao wa heshima kuingia katika Bunge la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania kwa mara ya kwanza, yeye binafsi kama rais wa Kenya, lakini sio mara ya kwanza kwa taifa la Tanzania ama muhimili huu wa Bunge la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania kupokea mgeni wa heshima kama ilivyo siku ya leo. Hii imekuwa ni kawaida yetu kufanya hivyo, na ndio maana sasa na sisi tuko hapa kuendelea kukuhabarisha matukio yote yatakayokuwa yanajiri katika ukumbi huu wa Bunge.
Kwa miaka hiyo 1955 walitoa zawadi kabisa kwa Bunge, na ndio ukumbi ambao ulitumika na Bunge kwa miaka mingi, 1955 mpaka 1995. Ukumbi wa Karimjee umetumika kwa miaka yote hiyo. Lakini 1974 Bunge lilitumia ukumbi mwingine katika kuunga mkono ile hoja ambayo
I think that that has been the first phase of the president's visit. Remember, he has just inspected a guard of honor mounted by the Tanzania Defense Forces, and of course the national anthems of Kenya, Tanzania, and the Jumuiya ya Afrika have been played. And other than that, he has been also been awarded a good portrait or a good painting of the Tanzanian Parliament by the Speaker Musa Hassan Zungu. Remember, this production is courtesy of the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation and the Tanzanian Broadcasting Corporation, that is TBC, that we have partnered as the Tanzanian Broadcasting Corporation, the national broadcaster there, together with the national broadcaster here in the country, to bring you these live pictures. Not only that, but the speech of the head of state. Of course, if it's in the Kenyan Parliament, the guy who has just been speaking could be the leader of majority, just setting the ground before we can hear what the head of state is going to be talking about in a very historic. Gentlemen, maybe you can just let you just weigh in on what has just transpired. Wakili.
I think for me, really, I would want to say, I was just telling Leo here that, you know, the Tanzanian national anthem is very beautiful. Then it's coupled with you add that to the East African one, which is also a version of the Tanzanian one, which also they took the South Africa. The South Africa also copied that. So kind of Tanzania set the base for us, for Africa, and the East African anthem, and the South African one. That means how it's actually a prayer. It's actually a prayer, and it's very inspiring. I'm not saying that to disregard ours. Ours is very beautiful. It has been said that, I think the Olympics in Brazil, in Rio, when it was played at the very last, when we won the marathon, everybody in the world was like, this is a very beautiful national anthem. So, we are a region which has very beautiful national anthems. That's something we need to take pride in. And I think the processes and procedures which have taken offer just symbolic activities which are meant to welcome a guest of honor, as I think the Tanzanian Broadcasting Corporation people are highlighting that ni mgeni wa heshima. So I can see the parliament is well packed and they were ready to listen and hear what the president is going to say. And of course, as we said, these symbolic activities are meant to foster the mutual relationship and be able to strengthen our brotherhood as a community so that we can be able to mutually move ahead. There are caucuses which serve as pillars for strengthening the community and the brotherhood and the way we engage in trade among ourselves.
And Leo, we are seeing so many similar things, Tanzania and Kenya, and 400 parliamentarians, just slightly almost the same number as Kenya. We're also looking at exactly how they conduct their business. It's more or less the same as how we conduct ours here in the country.
Yeah, you're right to that, to the extent that our numbers are similar. I think we have 416, I've just confirmed.
Yes.
Ours are actually 416. Of course, the difference is we have a division between the National Assembly and Senate, where we have the National Assembly as representatives of the constituencies, elected directly by the people. Of course, senators also elected directly by the people, but we have our devolved system of government where we have counties and senators then coming in to offer oversight over the counties. Then, of course, we have nominated MPs as well, a number of them. Yeah, so those are the similarities. I can see all the Tanzanians seated under one parliament here, waiting expectantly for that address. I'm also taken in by the fact that there was a guard of honor mounted for President Ruto, which is, as Wakili has said, is symbolic. There's a lot of symbolism in that. Were it an official visit, there would not have been that symbolism. There would have been no pomp, there would have been no pageantry. It would have just been plain business in and out of the country in a day or two. But this ceremony, this mounting of the Guard of Honor, very elaborate, slow process, national anthems of Tanzania, Kenya, and the East Africa community sung twice. Is very symbolic.
Wakili, I couldn't help but notice the Attorney General has also been given quite a mention. Just show you how symbolic this is and what legal implications does his or her presence.
The presence of the Attorney General for both Attorney Generals is first, there was I think legal diplomatic relationship which were documents which were signed. I think I saw our AG signed some documents. So that is for starters. And secondly, the address.
All right. I'm informed that we need to cross over to Dodoma, to the Parliament. Again, this has been a joint production by the Tanzania Broadcasting Corporation together with the KBC. Let's now get in Parliament as President and the Speaker, Musa Hassan Zungu, gets in Parliament.
Kiongozwa na spika akiwa na mwenyeji wake. Watu wengi walikuwa nauliza kwani rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania hata kuwepo? Sasa ndio uangalie pale ujue kwamba huyu sasa hapa leo huyu ni mgeni wa spika na ni mgeni wa muhimili wa bunge, na hapo jana alikuwa na mwenyeji wake rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania kule Dar es Salaam katika jiji la kibiashara, na leo katika jiji la kisiasa tunamshuhudia Daktari William Samoei Ruto, rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya akiingia hapa. Kenya kuna vitu ambavyo tunapata kwao na sisi huku na wenyewe wanapata huku kwetu, lakini hata katika nyanda au sekta ya kilimo wanalima chai na sisi tunalima chai. Wanalima kahawa na sisi tunalima kahawa. Wanalima mahindi na sisi tunalima mahindi, lakini sisi tunalima mahindi kwa wingi. Siwa likiwekwa katika eneo lake. Hii ni alama muhimu ya bunge, kiwekwa vizuri kabisa pale na Sergeant Hatem, na tayari ratiba zinaanza. Sisi ni Waswahili, tukiendelea kuzungumza Kiswahili katika jumuiya yetu ya Afrika Mashariki, kuhakikisha kwamba Kiswahili ni lugha yetu ya mataifa ya Afrika Mashariki. Tunapotoka hata nje ya East Africa, tunajivunia lugha yetu ya Kiswahili.
Mheshimiwa Bunge, tukae. Mheshimiwa Rais wa Kenya Dr. William Ruto, karibu Dodoma kwenye Bunge la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Na karibu Dodoma, makao makuu ya nchi yetu Tanzania. Mheshimiwa Rais wa Kenya, sasa nitatambulisha wageni walikuja kusikiliza hotuba yako ambao wako katika majukwaa mbalimbali ndani ya bunge letu. Mheshimiwa Musalia Moses Mudavadi, yeye ni Prime Cabinet Secretary na Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. Mheshimiwa Dorcas A. Odo, mwanasheria mkuu wa serikali. Mheshimiwa Beatrice Askul Moi, waziri wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na maendeleo ya kanda. Mheshimiwa Joseph Ole Lenku, governor. Mheshimiwa Patrick Ketureti Ntutu, governor. Mheshimiwa Andrew Mwandime, governor. Mheshimiwa Kimani Ichung'wah, kiongozi walio wengi bungeni. Mheshimiwa Seneta Aaron Cherioti, kiongozi walio wengi Senate. Mheshimiwa Seneta Stuart Madzayo, kiongozi wa kambi ya upinzani Senate. Dr. Caroline Karungi, katibu mkuu Wizara ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na maendeleo ya kanda. Mheshimiwa Balozi Catherine Wahome, balozi wa Kenya nchini Tanzania. Mheshimiwa Balozi Mohamed Ruwange, Consular General balozi mdogo. Colonel Hassan Chala, mshauri wa rais. Ndugu David Kamau Maina, mshauri wa waziri, Minister's Counselor. Ndugu Severin Luyani, mkuu wa itifaki. Wageni waliokaa jukwaa la spika. Mheshimiwa Anna Sembamba Makinda, spika wa bunge mstaafu. Mheshimiwa Balozi Dr. Moses Mpogole Kusulika, katibu mkuu kiongozi. Mheshimiwa Rosemary Senyamule, mkuu wa mkoa wa Dodoma. Mheshimiwa Limoni Chaula, mstahiki meya wa jiji la Dodoma. General Jacob John Mkunda, mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi, Chief of Defense Forces. Inspector General Camillus Wambura, mkuu wa jeshi la polisi. Ndugu Suleiman Abubakar Mombo, mkurugenzi mkuu wa idara ya usalama wa taifa DGIS. Ndugu Jeremiah Yorami Katungu, kamishna jenerali wa jeshi la magereza. Ndugu John William Masunga, kamishna jenerali wa jeshi la zimamoto na uokoaji. Kamishna Edmund Mroso, mwakilishi wa kamishna general uhamiaji. Ndugu Aretas James Limo, kamishna jenerali mamlaka ya dawa za kulevya. Mheshimiwa Balozi Dr. Bernard Yohana Kibese, balozi wa Tanzania nchini Kenya. Mheshimiwa Balozi Lazaro Samuel Nyalandu, mshauri wa Rais diplomasia. Ndugu James Kaji, mkurugenzi mkuu wa mamlaka ya vitambulisho vya NIDA. Ndugu Charles Kichere, mdhibiti na mkaguzi mkuu wa hesabu za serikali. Mheshimiwa Judge Francis Mutungi, msajili wa vyama vya siasa. Ndugu Ramadhani Kailima, mkurugenzi wa Tume Huru ya Taifa ya Uchaguzi INEC. Balozi Yusuf Ndolwa, mkuu wa itifaki, Chief of Protocol. Ndugu Kundi John Mkia, mke wa Mheshimiwa Naibu Spika. Ndugu Fatma Abdurrahmani, mgeni wa Mheshimiwa Spika. Ndugu Aziz Dosti, mgeni wa Mheshimiwa Spika. Ndugu Duranya Sebali, mgeni wa Mheshimiwa Naibu Waziri wa Elimu, Sayansi na Teknolojia. Utambulisho wa makundi. Makatibu wa bunge wastaafu. Makatibu wakuu. wakurugenzi na wakurugenzi wasaidizi ofisi ya Bunge, viongozi na watumishi kutoka Wizara ya Mambo ya Nje na Ushirikiano wa Afrika Mashariki, viongozi na watumishi kutoka Wizara ya Maji, Mheshimiwa Rais, karibu sana. Umetupa heshima kubwa sana kuja kwenye bunge hili na kutaka kutuhutubia. Wewe ni rais wa pili wa Kenya. Mwaka 2002 alikuja Rais Arap Moi kuhutubia bunge la Tanzania, na sasa wewe kwa heshima umekuja wewe kuja kutuhutubia sisi. Hii ni bahati na ni heshima kubwa sana. Sasa leo tuna bajeti ya maji na waziri wa maji ana wake wawili. Mke mmoja ni mbunge anaye hapa ndani, Sasa Mheshimiwa Rais, mke mwingine sio mbunge, lakini hakubali, anakuja na kaa juu pale. Mheshimiwa Rais, karibu sana.
Mheshimiwa Musa Azan Zungu, Spika wa Bunge la Jumuiya ya Muungano wa Tanzania, Mheshimiwa Waziri Mkuu, waheshimiwa wa bunge hili la Jumuiya ya Muungano wa Tanzania, waheshimiwa viongozi, mabibi na mabwana, hamjambo. Asalamu alaikum. Wacha nianze hotuba yangu kwa kuwapatia historia ya Kiswahili. Nilipata kujua ama kuelezwa kwamba Kiswahili kilizaliwa kule Zanzibar. Ikakuwa na kubalehe huku Tanzania bara. Kufika Kenya ikapata matatizo ya maradhi. Kufika Uganda kwa sababu ya maradhi yalimzidi akafa. Na mazishi yalifanyika kule Kongo. Sababu hiyo na waomba radhi. Nitoe hotuba yangu kwa Kiingereza. Asanteni. Najua nisije nikaharibu heshima ya lugha yetu ya Kiswahili. Let me begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to Her Excellency, my dear sister, Samia Suluhu Hassan, for her gracious invitation to undertake this historic state visit to your great and sisterly nation, the United Republic of Tanzania. From the moment of our arrival, we have been received with exceptional warmth and hospitality. I am equally honored to thank the Right Honorable Speaker, Musa Hassan Zungu, and the distinguished members of this august House for the rare privilege of addressing this Parliament. I recall with great fondness Her Excellency's visit to Kenya in 2021, and I am honored today to reciprocate following her re-election as among the first heads of state to visit under her new term. Today, I stand here in reciprocity, not because we as Kenyans are your neighbors, not just your friends, nor even your partners. We are your brothers and sisters. I bring with me the warm greetings of the people and the government of the Republic of Kenya, as well as the goodwill of your fellow parliamentarians in our National Assembly and Senate. And in my company is both the Leader of Majority in Parliament, in the National Assembly, the Leader of Majority in the Senate, and the Minority Leader also in Senate, accompanying me. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the conversation we are having today is significant and consequential, not only for our two countries, but for our region and our continent. At its core, it is about one central task: growing mutual trust to build shared strength. For far too long, relations among neighboring countries have been shaped by competition, suspicion, and rivalry, forces that have fragmented our markets, weakened our voice, and constrained our collective progress. And if we are to be honest with ourselves, ndugu majirani, some of these forces are still very alive with us. They still shape our narratives. They still influence our relations. Yet, our founding fathers, Mzee Mwalimu Julius Kabarage Nyerere, and Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, saw beyond this prism. They understood that Africa's future would not be secured in isolation, but in unity, and they planted the seed of regional integration because our destinies are intertwined, and our strength lies in moving forward together. For decades, Tanzania and Kenya have walked side by side, a partnership forged in struggle and anchored in shared purpose. At its foundation, two towering figures of our African history, Julius Nyerere and Jomo Kenyatta. Their partnership built on different but complementary visions inspired a model of unity that transcended borders. Even during the struggle for independence, including the Mau Mau period, Tanzania stood with Kenya, affirming affirming a shared belief in freedom, dignity, and self-determination. That spirit gave birth to East African Community in 1967. Though disrupted in 1997, it was rebuilt through dialogue and statesmanship, leading to its re-establishment in 1999. Today, that community stands renewed and expanded, but its foundation remains the same: a growing partnership between our nations, defined not by the absence of challenges, but by our ability to overcome them and move forward together in pursuit of shared growth and shared strength. Waheshimiwa wabunge, kuna msemo unaosema unaweza kuchagua rafiki, jirani unapatiwa na Mungu. It is this enduring foundation of shared history, shared sacrifice, and shared purpose that finds expression in the ties that bind Tanzania and Kenya today. Waheshimiwa, we share a border that stretches nearly 800 kilometers from the Indian Ocean at Lunga Lunga and Horohoro, along Kilimanjaro, across the Masai Mara and Serengeti to Lake Victoria. That boundary is not merely a line on the map. It binds our destinies as a vibrant corridor of trade, culture, and human connection, where goods, ideas, and people flow, reminding us that our progress and our setbacks are intertwined. We share a language, Kiswahili, spoken by over 100 million people across East Africa, making it one of the most widely spoken African languages and a powerful unifying force across our borders. We share communities such as the Maasai and the Kuria, whose lives straddle our boundaries, families that intermarry, traders who cross daily, and entrepreneurs whose success depends on seamless movement of goods and services. And in my delegation, I have two governors from Narok and from Kajiado who have family across the border in Tanzania. But perhaps the most powerful illustration of our unity is found in nature itself. Each year, during the Great Wildebeest Migration, millions of animals move freely between the Serengeti and Masai Mara, guided not by borders, but by survival. They do not stop at borders, they simply cross and return. What nature has made seamless, policy must not make it difficult. Honorable members, it is not lost on me that we are engaged in this important conversation nearly 4 decades after the collapse of the East African Community in 1997. We must reflect honestly on lessons we cannot afford to repeat. The collapse of the community in 1997 was not, at its core, a clash of ideologies. Whether capitalism in Kenya or ujamaa in Tanzania, each system sought to advance the welfare of the people. But governance, national or regional, is ultimately judged by its ability to deliver opportunity, equity, and prosperity. Where it does not, mistrust and division emerge. Our failure was not in building Our failure was not in building a shared economic vision that worked for all, and in retreating into narrow national interests instead of treating our shared resources, infrastructure, and markets as joint strategic assets for collective benefit by all our people. That was not their failure alone. It becomes our failure today if we repeat it. And so we must ask ourselves honestly, are we moving forward together, or are we risking becoming victims of the same limiting forces? Are we already repeating mistakes of the past? Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the time has come for our generation to move beyond incremental progress towards decisive integration. Because our biggest barrier is not infrastructure or policy, it is the quiet mistrust that pervades our relations. That suspicion has cost us time, opportunity, and prosperity, and we can no longer afford it. Tuko na maadui wengi, ndugu wa Tanzania, ndugu wa Kenya. Tuko na maadui wengi. Maadui wetu sio wa Kenya. Maadui wetu sio wa Tanzania. Maadui wetu ni ukosefu wa kazi na umaskini. Wacha nirudie, ndugu wa Tanzania, wa Kenya wenzangu, maadui wetu sio wa Tanzania ama wa Kenya. Maadui wetu ni kukosa ajira, umaskini na kukosa maendeleo. Kenya and Tanzania are deeply interdependent. Our bilateral trade reached approximately $860 million in 2025, and we are on course to hitting $1 billion this year, a reflection of growing opportunity. But this is only a fraction of what is possible. Investment cooperation stands as a central pillar of our bilateral relations. Kenyan enterprises have invested more than $1.7 billion in Tanzania, creating jobs, advancing skills transfer, and strengthening local capacity across key sectors, including manufacturing, energy, logistics, financial services, and agriculture. Makampuni za Kenya hapa Tanzania zimeegeza bilioni 1.7 ya Kimarekani humu Tanzania. At the same time, Tanzanian investments in Kenya, now valued at US dollars 336 million, are steadily expanding, driving employment, deepening cooperation linkages, and fostering shared growth. Makampuni za kutoka humu Tanzania wanaegeza kwetu Kenya. Kampuni ya Taifa Gas kwa mfano imeegeza kule Kenya. Kampuni ya Amson wameegeza kule Kenya. Makampuni ya Lake Gas imeegeza kule Kenya. And these are companies that have invested in just the last 3 years. Miaka mitatu peke yake iliyopita. With recent strategic investments from Tanzanian investors in Kenya, I expect this value of investments to more than double by the end of this year. Na unajua, wakati Rostam Aziz alinitembelea na akaniuliza kwamba angependa kujenga Taifa Gas, one of the largest tank farms in Africa, in Mombasa, and he had problems, watu walikuwa wanamzungusha. Nikawaambia Wakenya wenzetu ya kwamba mwegezaji kutoka Tanzania ni mwenzetu. Anatuletea pesa, anatuletea uwegezaji. Tunachukua muda mrefu sana kutafuta wawegezaji, lakini kasumba ambayo imekuwa pale nyuma ni kwamba mwegezaji lazima awe mzungu, lazima awe mweupe, lazima awe foreigner. Lakini mambo sivyo tena. Tuko na kampuni 500 za Kenya zinazoegeza humu Tanzania. Nimefungua milango kwa makampuni ya Tanzania wakuje waegeze Kenya. Joint ventures and SME partnerships, particularly in agro-processing, continue to flourish, underpinned by predictable policies, ongoing regulatory harmonization, and strong investor confidence. These capital flows reflect the growing role of the private sector as the true engine of regional integration. Wakati kampuni ya Tanzania walikuja na wakanunua kampuni ya Bamburi Cement, kuna watu walilalamika kwangu, wakaniambia, mbona unaruhusu kampuni ya Tanzania kununua hii kampuni ya simiti hapa Kenya? Wale waliniuliza, niliwajibu nikawauliza pia, kampuni hii ilikuwa inamilikiwa na watu wa Ufaransa. Mbona hamkulalamika siku ile ilikuwa inamilikiwa na Wafaransa, leo inamilikiwa na Mtanzania, mnalalama? These cross-border investments are not merely flows of capital. They are powerful catalysts for expanding trade, the deepening interdependence of our manufacturing and agro-processing sectors in driving sustained demand for raw materials while spurring investment in value addition and integrated supply chains for export. With the right policy support, this momentum can significantly expand bilateral trade beyond current levels and position our two economies to capture a larger share of opportunities within the East African community and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Across the East African community, intra-regional trade stands at between 15 and 20%, meaning the vast majority of our trade still takes place outside our region. Yet, this is not a limitation. It is an opportunity. By expanding and trading more with each other, we create jobs, expand markets, strengthen industries, and build resilience across global shocks. At the heart of this opportunity are our young people. Across Kenya, Tanzania, and a wider region, millions of young men and women are entering the workforce each year with talent, ambition, and determination. What they seek is not charity, but opportunity. By deepening our integration, expanding trade, and investing in shared infrastructure, we are not only growing our economies, we are creating pathways to jobs enterprise, and dignity for this generation of young people. In doing so, we are also addressing one of the most pressing challenges of our time, ensuring that the energy of our young people is harnessed for progress, stability, and shared prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, members of parliament, for this to happen, we must move beyond narrow national calculations and embrace a mindset of partnership where each country's progress reinforces the other's success. It must be grounded in physical connectivity, shared infrastructure, and deliberate investment that bring our economies closer together in practical and measurable ways. That is why the project we are advancing together are so consequential. The development of the road corridor from Malindi through to Lungalunga to Dar es Salaam is not merely a transport upgrade. It is a strategic artery of commerce, tourism, and people exchange along our Indian Ocean coastline. Similarly, the planned expansion of railway connectivity from Voi through Singida and onward towards Burundi represents a transformative step towards linking our hinterland markets, unlocking trade routes into the Great Lakes region, and positioning East Africa as a gateway between the Indian Ocean and the heart of our African continent. Let me also mention the 400 kV Kenya Tanzania power interconnector, spanning over 500 kilometers, has done more than connect two grids. It has synchronized our electricity systems, enabled power trade, improved reliability, and reduced vulnerability to supply shocks. And as we look ahead, the proposed Shinyanga, Mabuki, Kilgoris, Rongai interconnector will deepen this integration further. It will expand transmission capacity, strengthen the East African power pool, and allow us to optimize our diverse energy sources, Tanzania's gas, Kenya's geothermal and wind, and the region's broader renewable potential into a more reliable and competitive regional energy market. But infrastructure must also be owned in a way that creates confidence and shared responsibility. The recent decision by Uganda to acquire a stake in the Kenya Pipeline Company in Kenya is significant. In one act, it transformed its role from a user to a partner, turning the pipeline into a shared regional asset anchored in mutual benefit, energy security, and long-term confidence. In the same spirit, Kenya stands ready to invest as a strategic partner in the proposed oil refinery in Tanga. Asanteni. While I would have naturally, I would have preferred such a facility to be built in Mombasa, I fully recognize that Tanga is just less than 200 kilometers away, and in fact is part of the same economic space. Listen, wacha niwaeleze kidogo. Sisi ni partners wa East African Community. Na mawazo yangu ilikuwa ni kwamba we must use ile rasilimali tuko nayo hapa katika bara letu la East Africa. Lazima tusitumie kwa industrialization ituzalishie nafasi za ajira, isuzalishie mali ama iongeze dhamana kwa yale mambo tulio nayo na itutafutie utajiri. Tayari nchi yetu jirani ya Uganda wamekwisha jenga pipeline, crude pipeline kutoka Hoima kule Uganda ikielekea Tanga. Itakuwa tayari kwa miezi chache zijazo. Wakati niliketi na Rais Museveni, nikamuuliza mzee, mbona tuchukue mafuta yetu tuende tuifanyie refinery sijui mahali gani, alafu tufuatilie tuende tununue mafuta ama oil products kwa bei ambayo ni ghali? Mbona sisi wenyewe tusijenge refinery hapa? Na Rais Museveni akanieleza kama nyinyi mko tayari, kwa sababu kama Uganda peke yetu ile refinery kuijenga itakuwa gharama ya juu na hatuna uwezo wa kujenga peke yetu. Kama Kenya na Tanzania wako tayari, tuungane, tunaweza kujenga ile refinery hapa kwetu. Mimi nikatumana technocrats wangu wakaenda wakakutana na Rais Museveni, tukakubaliana zile nambari, ikafanyiwa calculation, tukajua ya kwamba tukiungana nchi zetu tatu kujenga refinery hapa itakuwa ni jambo la muhimu, itatuletea ajira, sijui kama tunaelewana ba. Ndio sababu hiyo nikapendekeza ya kwamba tuwe na kongamano. Tukawa na kongamano hile kule Nairobi, tukawaita wale matajiri wetu wa bara letu la Afrika, kina Dangote na wengine ambao wameshajenga refinery wakati mmoja, na tukakubaliana ya kwamba nafasi tulio nayo is not to continue exporting raw materials from our continent and importing finished goods from elsewhere. Na ndio sababu hiyo tukapendekeza ya kwamba tukiungana Uganda, Tanzania na Kenya tunaweza kujenga refinery, ndio tuhakikishe ya kwamba ile mafuta tunairefine hapa kwetu, pesa inabaki hapa kwetu, nafasi za ajira inabaki hapa kwetu, tutengeneze bidhaa zingine ya fertilizer ama mbolea hapa kwetu, plastic industry iwe hapa kwetu, petrochemical industry iwe hapa kwetu, badala ya kuzitafuta kutoka nchi zingine, badala ya sisi kwenda kung'ang'ana kule sijui Strait of Hormuz kulete mafuta kutoka sijui wapi. Sasa nimesikia nyie mnamuuliza Mama Suluhu maswali magumu. Mbona yule bwana ameenda kutangaza refinery ya Tanga na kule, na sisi wenyewe hatujatangaza? Sasa nauliza nyinyi, ile refinery bana is a big investment. Sikizeni, hiyo investment is in billions of dollars. Kama mimi ningekuwa na nafasi ningeipeleka kule Kenya, lakini kwa sababu ya kuamini ujirani na bara letu la Afrika na jumuiya ya East Africa, sisi ni wamoja, nikasema ikijengwa Tanga ni kama vile imejengwa Kenya. And why? And why are we building it in Tanga? It is because the crude pipeline is already heading to Tanga. Na mafuta pale tukimalizia itakuwa sehemu fupi sana kutoka Tanga mpaka Mombasa, tupeleke mafuta alafu tuweke kwa ile pipeline ambayo tuko nayo tayari. It will make our Kenya pipeline commercially viable, better, and hatutakuwa tunasumbuka na sijui Hamus na wapi kutoka hapa Tanga mpaka Mombasa. Sikizeni bana. Kawaida kupata mwegezaji ambaye analeta mabilioni lazima uwapigie magoti, uwaambie maneno mazuri, wapatie sijui incentives, sijui wapatie nini. Mimi nawasaidia kuleta investment Tanga. Kama mungekuwa watu wangwana mungetulipa sisi wa Kenya. Mungesema asante sana. Kwa hivyo let us work as East Africans. What is good for Tanzania is good for Kenya. And what is good for Kenya is good for Tanzania. Tafadhali na wasihi, nikiwa rais wa pili, kwa mapenzi ya Mungu na kwa heshima yenu, kutubia bunge hili la watu, the great people of Tanzania, I want to ask you, sisi ni wamoja bwana. We are one people. Tusikubali kasumba ya samani. Sijui Wakenya ni maadui wa hawa, sijui wa Tanzania. Hapana, we are one people. We have a common destiny. Nimewaeleza Wakenya sio maadui wa Tanzania. Watanzania sio maadui wa Kenya. Maadui wetu sote ni pale ambapo hatuna mali, hatuna nafasi za ajira, hatuna fedha. That is what we must struggle against. Na nataka niwaeleze, kuna semekana na huko kwetu kwamba mali unaweza kuwazima ama kugawa, lakini umaskini haugawanyiki bana. Yeah, let me put it in English. This said, you can share wealth, but you cannot share poverty. What matters is not whether the asset is in one side of the border or the other. What matters is whether it strengthens our shared prosperity. That is the model we must pursue. That is the model we must pursue. Shared corridors, shared energy systems, shared ownership, shared responsibility, and shared benefit. But infrastructure alone is not enough. Integration must also be supported by strong, credible, and effective institutions. That is why the decision taken at the 25th Ordinary Summit of the East African Community in Arusha were both timely and necessary. I have been to many meetings of EAC, but the one we had last was the most consequential in my estimation. First, we appointed Ambassador Stephen Patrick Mbundi, a Tanzanian national, as Secretary General. As he assumed office on 25th April 2026, Kenya reaffirms its full support for Mr. Mbundi. Second, we adopted a new financing model, 50% equal contribution and 50% assessed contribution, effective 1st July 2026. We also agreed to waive 50% of outstanding arrears on condition the balance is cleared within 2 years. Third, we agreed that quorum for all EAC organs shall be 2/3 of partner states, streamlining decision-making and making our union more effective. Fourth, all partner states must eliminate non-tariff barriers by 30th June 2026 without exception. And that is why my sister, President Samia Suluhu Hassan Ndahi, yesterday instructed our officials, some of them in this room, that all the outstanding non-tariff barriers between Kenya and Tanzania, and there are about 20-something, we've told them by the end of this month, they must meet and clear all non-tariff barriers. We want to streamline. And ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, I must commend the leadership, the outstanding leadership of President Samia Suluhu on this matter. Asante sana. Najua pale 2024 biashara yetu ilikuwa imefika $950 million. Lakini mwaka wa 2025 ilirudi nyuma to 860. We lost almost $100 million of business between Tanzania and Kenya. Kwa sababu tuko na watu wajeuri na kiburi mingi pale kwa boda. Wewe Tanzania unaenda wapi? Wewe Mkenya unaenda wapi? Sijui. Watu bure sana. Wametuharibia biashara. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to run into the trouble of using unparliamentary language. Lakini hawa watu ambao wanaharibu biashara yetu pale, weka hii. Tumeambia mawaziri wetu wafanye kutano, tuondoe biashara, itusaidie kuunganisha watu wetu, kuhakikisha ya kwamba biashara inaendelea mbele, tuzalishe mali, tuzalishe ajira, tuondoe umaskini. Honorable members, implementation now is key. It requires a whole of government approach with Parliament at the center. Kenya has already moved, and a multi-agency technical team is in place to prepare the necessary legal and financial instruments. These decisions will unlock the full potential of the East African community as a pillar of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. This is the agenda before us, and we must pursue it firmly, fully, and without hesitation. These are not minor administrative adjustments. They are structural reforms designed to ensure that East African community is not only aspirational, but functional and capable of delivering tangible outcomes for the East African people. Because without strong institutions, even the most ambitious integration agenda will struggle to succeed. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the true test of integration lies in trade. The East African community must function as a dynamic economic bloc, one that expands opportunity, strengthens competitiveness, and delivers prosperity. Today, intra-East African trade remains below its potential, yet the opportunity is immense. Even modest increases would unlock billions in commerce, create jobs, and expand industries, empowering small businesses and retain more value within our economies. The latest quarterly statistic bulletin from the East African Community Secretariat underscores both our progress and our unfinished tasks. Total East African trade grew from $124.9 billion in 2024 to $157.6 billion in 2025, an increase of 25%. Within that, intra-East African trade rose by 28%, from $15.1 billion to $19.3 billion. Yet, despite this growth, it still accounts for a fraction of our total trade. Clear evidence that while momentum is building, the full potential of our regional markets remain largely untapped. That gives us a better footing in the region and as part of a broader continental framework, including COMESA and, most importantly and significantly, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. The ACFTA, as it's called, is a historic opportunity to create a single market of over 1.5 billion people, with the potential to increase intra-African trade by more than 80%, lift millions out of poverty, and expand opportunity for millions of young Africans whose talent and ambition must find expression in constraint but in growth, not in constraint but in growth, enterprise, and shared prosperity. The East African community must position itself as a strong pillar within this continental architecture, leveraging our integration to expand trade across Africa and beyond. We have seen this model succeed elsewhere. The European Union, for example, has demonstrated how regional integration can create scale, enhance competitiveness, and strengthen global influence. We can and must do the same in a way that reflects our realities, our priorities, and our aspirations as East Africans. Honorable members, a continent that remains divided by hesitation and mistrust cannot act with coherence and strength. It cannot coordinate effectively, and it cannot fully realize its potential. The reform of the African Union is not optional, it is an imperative. We must build an institution that is leaner, more focused, more effective, and decisively results-oriented. One that speaks with a single coherent voice on global issues, aligns its organs with priorities of its member states, and above all, translates decisions into tangible outcomes. This is again not merely an administrative exercise. It is a strategic necessity. A stronger African Union is an engine of a stronger Africa, and reform is the bridge between aspiration and achievement. Without it, the promise of Agenda 2063 risks remaining unfulfilled. Central to this renewal is financial independence. For far too long, a significant share of the Union's program has depended on external financing, undermining ownership, constraining strategic autonomy, and limiting our capacity to act with speed and certainty. Africa must fund its own priorities, set its own agenda, and engage the world from a position of confidence and self-determination. Unity and ownership are not abstract ideals. They are the foundations of our collective strength. At the same time, the call for reform must extend beyond our continent to every architecture of global governance. Reform is no longer a matter of preference. It is a matter of justice. A system that marginalizes Africa cannot claim legitimacy. Let me repeat that. I have said, and I want to say this with clarity, a system that marginalizes Africa cannot claim legitimacy. And a global order that excludes a continent of 1.5 billion people is inherently incomplete. Nowhere is this more evident than in the United Nations Security Council. A council that excludes Africa cannot effectively secure Africa. And without Africa, there can no longer be global security. Representation, therefore, is not symbolic. It is essential to building a stable and credible international system. Equally urgent is the reform of the international financial architecture. Today's system reflects a different era and does not adequately respond to Africa's realities. The cost of capital remains disproportionately high. Access to long-term financing is constrained, and the pathway to development is unnecessarily burdened. If the cost of capital remains punitive, then the promise of development becomes performative, that you have to do something to get it. Reform must restore fairness to finance, expanding access to affordable capital for infrastructure, industrialization, and climate resilience, while ensuring that global institutions evolve to support rather than to hinder Africa's ambition. This, honorable members, is not an African grievance. It is a global contradiction. A system that sidelines Africa ultimately undermines the stability and prosperity of the world itself. That is why we will carry this message to every forum, to every summit, and to every table until reform is no longer debated but delivered. Honorable members, unity remains our greatest leverage. When Africa speaks with one voice, reform ceases to be a request and becomes an inevitability. Continental instruments such as the Africa Continental Free Trade Area are already demonstrating what is possible when we act together. We must now match that ambition with institutions and financial systems that enable progress rather than obstruct it. From strengthening regional and continental institutions to reshaping global finance and governance, the path forward is clear. We cannot build prosperity in isolation. We cannot secure progress alone. We cannot shape the future while divided. We must build it together, deliberately, systematically, and with unwavering resolve. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, as I bring this address to a close, allow me to reflect briefly on leadership. Leadership is above all a privilege that comes with responsibility. Honorable members, it demands that we honor our word, fulfill our promises, and deliver on the trust that our people have placed on us. The trust test of leadership is not the offices we hold, but the outcomes we deliver and the courage we show in delivering them. In Kenya today, we are making deliberate progress in expanding healthcare, strengthening education, and delivering housing at scale as part of a broader commitment to dignity and shared prosperity. These efforts have required courage, the courage to make difficult decisions in pursuit of long-term national gain. Because leadership is not about following the crowd, but about leading with conviction, even when the path is not easy. It is this same spirit that we must now lead beyond our borders, because the choices we make as nations will determine the strength we build as a region and the influence we command as a continent. The investments we are making in infrastructure, energy, agriculture are not projects for one country alone. They are part of a broader vision of shared strength, one that connects our economies, aligns our interests, and advances our common future. And so, I extend a clear invitation to the private sector in the United Republic of Tanzania. Let us partner in this transformation. Let us invest together, build together, grow together, so that the prosperity we create is not divided but shared. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in the end, the question before us is not whether we are neighbors. It is whether we will choose to act as partners. It is whether we will remain constrained by suspicion or rise together in shared strength. Because from neighbors to nations to the global stage, our future will be defined not by what separates us, but by what we choose to build together. Let me say one more thing. This morning, I had the privilege to speak to Masha. I think it's called Masha Mashomba. The good gentleman who is the managing trustee of NSSF Tanzania. And I've often referred to NSSF Tanzania in Kenya because you decided in 1997 that savings is a culture you must build. And today, your National Security Fund demands by law that you save 20%, both by employer and employee, at your National Social Security Fund. We did just change the law in 2023 in Kenya to follow in the footsteps of what Tanzania have done. And today I was talking to Masha and he was telling me the progress of his building in Nairobi, Upper Hill, Nairobi. He's building a 22-story building, twin tower, $51 million from your own savings here in Tanzania. What a lesson for us as Kenyans, you know? And that he was telling me in 2 years, the building will be ready. That is how, honorable members, we must take charge of our own development and our own prosperity. We must learn to mobilize domestic resources. We must learn that we can build our resources by mobilizing domestic resources. And we know, economists tell us that investment is a function of savings. You cannot invest what you don't have. So we are learning lessons from one another. And I'm very proud that my sister Samia Suluhu and I, at this moment in the history of our two nations, we are working together closely to bring the people of East Africa together, to eliminate what has constrained us for many years, unnecessary suspicion. Our future is tied together. Our destiny is one. The success of Tanzania is dependent on the progress of Kenya, and the progress of Kenya is dependent on the success of Tanzania. We are one people. Once again, I thank Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan for inviting me. I thank the Right Honorable Speaker and the distinguished members of this House for your honor for me to address this Parliament and for the friendship that makes this partnership not only possible but enduring. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Mheshimiwa Rais wa Kenya, lazima tukubali address yako kwenye August House hii, inspiring, monumental, and it will be remembered. Asante sana. Sasa Mheshimiwa Rais, sisi tuna utamaduni kwenye bunge kwa mgeni wa heshima kama wewe, lazima tupate mawili matatu kutoka baadhi ya watu. Dakika mbili. Kwanza namkaribisha Mheshimiwa Wesu ambaye ndiye anatoka kwenye mkoa ambao bomba la mafuta linapita. Na I hope hataongeza mke mwingine. Mheshimiwa Wesu, karibu, dakika 2-3. Jiandae Mheshimiwa Kingu, jiandae Mama Kilango, jiandae Profesa Kabudi.
Mheshimiwa Spika, moyo usiokuwa na shukrani ukausha yalo mema yote. Kwa dhati ya moyo umenipa nafasi hii kutoa shukrani kwa niaba ya wananchi wa mkoa wa Tanga. Nimshukuru sana Rais Daktari Samia Suluhu Hassan kwa moyo wake na upendo wake wa kumkaribisha Rais wa Kenya wa Jamhuri ya Kenya Dr. William Samuel Ruto. Amezungumza mara nyingi sisi kwa wasaidizi wake kwamba Dr. William Samuel Ruto ni kaka yake. Na sisi kama wasaidizi wake amesisitiza mara kwa mara kufanya kazi kwa umoja na mshikamano. Nataka nikuhakikishie Mheshimiwa Rais Dr. Samuel Ruto, mimi ni waziri wa maji ambayo nimepewa dhamana, tunafanya kazi kwa ukaribu na Mheshimiwa Engineer Eric Mugaa ambaye ni rais wako wa maji na umwagiliaji Jamhuri ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, dunia ya sasa inataka viongozi watakaoleta matokeo. Na baba wa taifa aliwahi kusema uongozi sio cheo, uongozi ni matokeo. Mheshimiwa Daktari Samia Suluhu Hassan, Dr. William Ruto, hawa ni viongozi wetu wa matokeo. Tuwapigie makofi mengi sana. Imamu Shafi aliwahi kusema nyoyo za binadamu inaongeza mapenzi makubwa hasa kwa viongozi ambao wanatenda mambo yaliyo mema kwa watu wao. Kwa haya ambayo amezungumza Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya pamoja na Rais Daktari Samia Suluhu Hassan, hakika wataendelea kukumbukwa na kubaki katika historia kwa matendo mema ambayo wanawatendea hasa wa Tanzania pamoja na Jamhuri ya Kenya. Mimi nimetokea Tanga. Mji wa Tanga tumekuwa tukitangatanga hasa katika maendeleo. Lakini leo umezungumza hapa hakuna swala la ubinafsi katika maendeleo. Umesema refinery ikajengwe Tanga. Mungu atakubariki Mungu. nataka nikuhakikishie tukiwa kama viongozi wa mkoa wa Tanga tumeupokea mradi huu wa kimkakati kwa umoja na mshikamano, na wala hatutotangatanga. Tutaleta ushirikiano. Tuna mkuu wa mkoa mzuri na tuna viongozi wazuri, pamoja na rais wetu na maelekezo ambayo atakayotoa, tutahakikisha mradi huu unakamilika kwa wakati na manufaa yanakuwa makubwa kwa Watanzania na Wakenya pamoja na nchi za maziwa makuu na wenzetu wa Uganda. Mheshimiwa Rais, mimi sina maneno mengi sana ya kusema, ila kikubwa ukipata viongozi ambao wanawazia mema wa Tanzania pamoja na Wakenya ni jambo kubwa. Mungu awabariki sana na Mungu atawalipa katika safari zenu. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais.
Mheshimiwa Kingu.
Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa unyenyekevu mkubwa wa moyo wangu, ninaomba nitumie nafasi hii kwanza kabisa kukushukuru wewe kwa kunipa heshima ya kutoa neno la shukrani kwa kaka yetu kipenzi Rais Ruto kutoka Kenya, kipenzi cha wabunge wengi wa Tanzania na kipenzi cha Watanzania wengi. Mheshimiwa Spika, maneno aliyoyatoa Rais Ruto katika bunge hili leo, nafsi yangu imenikumbusha niamini ya kwamba ndoto za hayati baba wa taifa Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, ndoto za Jomo Kenyatta zingali zinaishi katika mioyo ya marais hawa wawili, Daktari Samia Suluhu Hassan na Daktari Samuel Ruto, kipenzi cha Watanzania, kaka yetu kutoka Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hotuba aliyoitoa Mheshimiwa Ruto, ninashawishika kabisa kuamini mapenzi aliyonayo rais wetu kwa Wakenya, mapenzi aliyonayo Rais Dr. Samia kwa kaka yake Ruto, yamenithibitishia beyond reasonable doubt kwamba wananchi wa Kenya hawakufanya makosa kumchagua Rais Ruto kuwa kiongozi wao. Wananchi wa Kenya hawakufanya makosa kumwamini Dr. Samuel Ruto kuwa kiongozi wa nchi yetu jirani, watu ambao tunawapenda. Na ninataka nikuhakikishie Mheshimiwa Ruto, utakaporudi Kenya, fikisha salamu za wabunge wa Tanzania, waambie bunge la Tanzania linawachukulia Wakenya kama kaka na dada zao. Fikisha salamu kwa Wakenya, waambie Rais Daktari Samia na spika wa bunge la Tanzania anawachukulia Wakenya kama ndugu zao wa damu. Borders haziwezi kututenganisha, na nataka nikuhakikishie sisi tutaendelea kukuombea, na ninataka nikuachie neno la Bwana kwa sababu ninajua nawe ni mpako mafuta wa Bwana, ninajua huduma zako katika kazi ya Bwana. Ninataka nikuachie neno la Bwana Rais Ruto. Neno la Mungu linasema katika Zaburi ya 121 mstari wa 7 mpaka wa 8, na mimi kwa sababu pia ni mpako mafuta ninakuachia upako Rais Ruto utakaporudi Kenya. Neno la Mungu linasema Bwana atakulinda na mabaya yote, Bwana atakulinda nafsi yako, Bwana atakulinda utokapo na uingiapo, tangu sasa na hata milele. Rais Ruto, Bwana amekupa kibali, usiogope. Sisi wa Tanzania tunajivunia kazi za Daktari Samia Suluhu Hassan. Sisi wa Tanzania tunathamini kazi na mageuzi makubwa rais wetu aliyefanya katika nchi hii, na kwa sababu wewe umechagua kumwamini rais wetu kama dada yako, sisi wabunge wa Tanzania ni nani tusikuombee wewe ushinde uchaguzi wako mwakani. Bwana akubariki, neema ya Mungu ikufunike, malaika wa Bwana wakuatamie. Nenda shujaa Ruto, tutakukumbuka wa Tanzania. Sisi ni damu yako, sisi ni mifupa yako. Bwana akubariki na kutengemaza katika jina la Bwana. Asante Rais Ruto.
Mheshimiwa Mama Ana Kilango.
Mheshimiwa Rais William Ruto, Rais wa Kenya, mimi ni dada yako mkubwa, niruhusu niite jina lako kidogo, William. Mheshimiwa Rais, Mheshimiwa Spika, ukimwangalia Rais Ruto moja kwa moja ana roho nzuri. Ana upendo. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nimesikiliza hotuba yake vizuri tangu mwanzo. Waheshimiwa wabunge, alichotaka kutuambia Rais Ruto amekuja kwa upendo kwetu. Anachotaka Rais Ruto wabunge wa Tanzania, maana ukishazungumza wabunge wa Tanzania, ukizungumza nao umezungumza na Watanzania wote. Message kubwa aliyoileta kwetu Rais Ruto, tuendelee kushirikiana sana. Mheshimiwa Rais Ruto, sisi wa Tanzania tunawapenda sana wa Kenya. Na nikwambie ukweli, mimi nasafiri kupitia Kenya mara kwa mara. Tunapata mahusiano mazuri sana na Wakenya wenzetu. Hatuna malalamiko na Wakenya wenzetu. Iwapo tunataka kweli tupate maendeleo Kenya na Tanzania, ni lazima tushirikiane kama nyie mnavyoshirikiana. Rais Ruto na Rais Samia Suluhu Hassan, nyie wawili mnavyopendana, na sisi na Wakenya tutaendelea kupendana hivyo hivyo. Kwa sababu nimepata nafasi hii kidogo ya kuzungumza na wewe, nikuletee salamu kutoka kwa baba yako anaitwa John Samuel Malechela, ndiye mume wangu. Ameniambia nikusalimie sana, lakini na sisi wanawake wa Tanzania tunaomba ukamsalimie sana Mama Raheli Ruto. Tunampenda sana, tunamtamani sana, na tumesikitika leo hukuja naye, lakini mpelekee salamu zetu. Asante sana.
Asante. Mheshimiwa Profesa Kabudi, Chief Whip.
Nami ni ungane na wenzangu wote kumshukuru sana Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan kwa kumwalika ndugu yetu Rais Dr. William Kipchirchir Samoei Arap Ruto Chief of the Order of the Golden Heart and the Chief of the Order of Burning Spear. Mheshimiwa Dr. Ruto, umezungumza hotuba yako yenye maono makubwa, yenye utuo. Na mimi nataka nikuambie leo unayo ndugu yako humu ndani ya bunge ambaye yawezekana wengi hawafahamu kwamba ni ndugu yako. Naye anaitwa Asia Halamga. Huyu ni Mdatoga ambayo wote mlitoka mlikotoka, nyinyi mkabaki wa Kalenjin, wao wakaja mpaka Serengeti, wakaingia Ngorongoro, wakaingia Hanang. Kwa hiyo ulipozungumza leo, na nalisema hili kwa sababu watu wanadhani undugu wa Wakenya na Watanzania na kwa sababu ya mpaka, lakini huyu ni ndugu yako wa damu, Asia Halamga. Na Mheshimiwa Ruto, umezungumza jambo la kweli kabisa. Wakati wa Mau wako ndugu zetu kutoka Kenya ambao walikuja, waliotoka Nyeri walienda Maswa, na waliotoka Kiambu walienda Mfindi, na wengine walipanda mpaka kuwa mawaziri katika baraza la mawaziri la Tanzania, Joseph James Mungai. Kwa hakika kabisa leo umekuja kwa ndugu zako, na ulipotaja Singida ndio njia ambao ndugu zako hawa walipowaacha nyinyi kule walikuja moja kwa moja kama Singida. Lakini leo umezungumza mambo makubwa sana. Moja, tuzalishe mali sisi wenyewe kwa kutumia rasilimali zetu hapa, ili tujenge ajira, lakini tulete maisha bora kwa watu wetu. Maana yake unazungumzia yale yale aliyozungumza baba wa taifa Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere katika kazi yake ya mwisho kabla ya kupandishwa cheo kwenda mbinguni, kwamba ni lazima sisi watu tujitegemee, na kujitegemea ni sisi kufanya kazi kwa pamoja na kuzalisha kwa pamoja. Wakati umefika sasa wa kuanza kutengeneza bidhaa na kuziuza nje ya Afrika ya Mashariki kama made in East Africa. Na Mheshimiwa Dr. Ruto na sisi wote turudi tena tulisome upya the Kampala Agreement of 1964 as it was amended in Mbale in 1965. And that should be now the spirit of what we have said today. We need to join hands in order to make East Africa again prosperous, strong, and united. We made terrible mistakes in 1967, which we should not repeat again. We should not repeat again. We did it because of our short-sightedness. Now it is time, as you have said in your speech, for all East Africans to be emboldened to work together. Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda, we have a historical responsibility of making East Africa move forward and forge forward united. Nikushukuru sana kwa hotuba yako ambayo imetupa mambo mengi sana. Na hotuba ya mzee Moi ninayo hapa kwenye Hansard zetu ya tarehe 12 Novemba mwaka 2002. Na naamini kabisa Mheshimiwa Spika, baadaye Dr. Rais Ruto atapata hotuba hii katika Hansard ya Tanzania, aone alichokisema Rais Moi na alichokisema yeye leo, na wote wamezungumzia jambo moja: Kenya sio adui wa Tanzania na Tanzania sio adui wa Kenya, sisi wote. Mheshimiwa Spika, nami nichukue fursa hii kukushukuru sana kwa kuongoza bunge hili kwa umahiri mkubwa na kuhakikisha leo mgeni wetu amepata heshima kubwa hapa Dodoma. Nakushukuru sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante. Mheshimiwa Rais Ruto, hayo ni maneno machache tu, kwa wachache wote muundani wangekwenda kwenye njia hiyo hiyo. Mheshimiwa Ruto, bila amani haya hatuwezi kuyafanya. Mataifa yetu lazima asimame kwenye amani. Alipoingia madarakani mara ya kwanza, Rais Samia Daktari alijua mafanikio yake kuwe na amani na umoja kwenye taifa letu. Kitu cha kwanza alichokifanya ni kuwarudisha wapinzani wote waliokimbia Tanzania, wote, na kuwalipa wale waliokuwa na madai pesa taslimu, kuonesha moyo wake wa kutaka one Tanzania, one nation. Na katika fora zake, falsafa zake, Mheshimiwa Rais, na sasa anakwenda mbele zaidi kuonesha dunia na Watanzania we can work together. Hivi karibuni amemteua Deputy Minister, ofisi waziri mkuu kutoka opposition, Mheshimiwa Munisi. Huyu ndio rais anaonyesha maono. Peke yake hawezi. Lazima wote tushirikiane naye. Viongozi wa dini zote tuweke maslahi ya nchi mbele. Naomba sana Mheshimiwa Rais wa Kenya, Mheshimiwa Ruto, kwa niaba ya wabunge hawa nakushukuru sana kwa namna ulivyotupa maneno na kujenga umoja wetu. Namna pekee kabisa tunatoa shukrani za dhati kwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania Mheshimiwa Daktari Samia Suluhu Hassan. Tunamshukuru kwa jitihada zake za kuendeleza kuimarisha ushirikiano wa kikanda na wa kimataifa. Ni kupitia uongozi wake thabiti na mwaliko wake rasmi tumepata heshima hii kubwa ya kuwa na mgeni wetu hapa bungeni leo, ambayo ndio wewe. Tunampongeza Mheshimiwa Rais kwa jitihada zake za kufungua milango ya fursa na kuimarisha mtangamano wa Afrika Mashariki. Hiki ni kielelezo tosha cha uongozi wake uliotukuka. Mheshimiwa Rais, ziara yako imetupa hamasa kubwa na kuonesha umuhimu wa mihimili yetu ya dola kufanya kazi pamoja kwa ajili ya maendeleo ya watu wa Afrika Mashariki. Aidha, umeonyesha nia dhati ya kukuza na kuendeleza uhusiano na umoja wetu wa historia kati ya Kenya na Tanzania ambayo umeasisiwa na viongozi wetu waliopita. Tunakumbuka Novemba 12, 2002 Mheshimiwa Rais Daniel Arap Moi alipohutubia bunge alisisitiza umoja, ambapo alisema our people will never move forward unless we are united. Mheshimiwa Rais, kuhusu diplomasia ya kibunge, mabunge ya nchi zetu mbili yamekuwa na ushirikiano wa karibu kwa muda mrefu. Uganda, Kenya na sisi shirikiana katika mikutano ya kibunge ya kimataifa na ya kikanda, hususan kupitia chama cha mabunge ya nchi za wanachama wa Jumuiya ya Madola, Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, umoja wa bunge duniani, Interparliamentary.
Historic, monumental, and loaded speech are hardly suitable words to describe President William Ruto's speech. Had some technical hitch, but we are looking into it. Yes.
Will not make us rich, but it can make difficult for Africa and the African people to be disregarded and humiliated. Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. Na mzee Jomo Kenyatta akamjibu, you and I must work together to develop our countries, to get education for our children, to have doctors, to build roads, to improve or provide all-day essentials. Jomo Kenyatta. Mheshimiwa Rais, mali zitaondoka, watu wataondoka, utu wetu hautaondoka. Tunajua tulipotoka na tunajua tunapokwenda. The only thing, we should walk the talk. Bila kubadilika mindset zetu, hatuwezi kupambana na the new world order ambayo sasa hivi ipo duniani. Tushikamane, tupendane, tuambizane, kwenye tatizo tuitane, tuzungumze, and we move together. We open pages together. for the future and benefit of our people. Baada ya maneno haya, Mheshimiwa Rais, nakushukuru tena sana kwa ujio wako na kututembelea bungeni na kutupa maneno muhimu sana. Mataifa haya tukiungana, GDP ya East African Community sasa hivi ni almost 419 billion, and we can do more kwa mashirikiano haya. Baada ya maneno haya, nasitisha shughuli za bunge mpaka saa 11 jioni.
Mtazamaji wa Bunge TV, Spika wa Bunge la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania Musa Azan Zungu na mwenyeji wake Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya Daktari William Samoei Ruto ndio wamekamilisha hivyo ratiba ya mchana huu na kuliahirisha bunge kusitisha shughuli za bunge mpaka saa 11 jioni. Nitakudondolea mawili matatu kuhusiana na hotuba ya Rais Ruto. Imekuwa ni hotuba ya bashasha iliyokuwa inachagizwa na makofi ya wabunge wakifurahia mambo aliyokuwa yamezungumza. Amezungumza mengi akiwarudisha Watanzania katika umoja wa nchi hizi mbili, na ni hotuba ambayo anasema sio tu kwa hizi nchi mbili Tanzania na Kenya, lakini kwa ukanda mzima wa Afrika Mashariki, akisema tuko tayari sasa kwenda pamoja.
Historic, monumental, loaded are hardly suitable words to describe President William Ruto's speech to the 403 members of the Tanzanian Parliament. He has touched on a number of issues, but one thing he has kept keen on, and his clarion call, is for the unity of the East African region, and more specifically for the unity of Tanzania and Kenya in terms of infrastructure, let it be development or even working together. Allow me just to point out a few things that he has mentioned in regards to his speech, that the barrier should not be defining us, and we should strengthen the East Africa community and also borrow from the lessons of its collapse in 2007, lessons that we should not repeat. He's talked about the expansion of the railways, energy collaborations. You're also talking about the reduction of exporting raw materials from Africa to other countries and then buying them back. He has also talked about shared corridors, shared benefits. But we have not been listening to this speech just us alone, the whole East Africa region. Remember, this has been beamed all over East Africa region by the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation together with our partner station, that is the TBC, Tanzanian Broadcasting Corporation, two national broadcasters, ensuring that we have a clear feed on exactly what the president was saying in Tanzania. Thank you so much for joining us, but allow me just in 2 minutes to just rope in my panel of experts who we have been with here before the speech, during the speech, and now after the speech. And actually allow me to reintroduce on my left Leonard Kafafa, who is a public policy expert and aviation expert as well. And just next to him we have Gibson Gisore, an advocate of the High Court, who is also a constitutional lawyer and also a university don. Gentlemen, beginning with you, Leo, what was your take home in regards to President William Ruto's speech to the Tanzanian Parliament?
The president touched on a number of things. One, growing mutual trust. That's what he said. He said growing mutual trust to build shared strengths. And he's talked of differences that have been to the detriment of the relationship between Kenya and Tanzania. Differences that still exist to date. But he talked about now doing away with those differences. Of course, the elephant in the room being mistrust. So once the mistrust is removed between the two countries, then our development agenda will be able to be prosecuted jointly.
Wakili, how can we ratify all this, and ensure that it's not just it was not a ceremonial event, but actually tangible results afterwards?
I think the ratification starts by the buying in by the Kenyan or the Uganda or the Tanzanian Parliament, which I think has already been done. We saw the majority and both majority of the National Assembly and the Parliament, who will be able to pick up now the documents and be able to move with the same speed to ensure that they are ratified by the Kenyan Parliament. Once that is done, then we should be able to see the economic dividends. I think the president, his speech was heavy on investment and killing the mistrust which has existed between our two countries. to ensure that our people enjoy shared development. I think that was quite telling in his speech. He even went specific to even talk on the mistrust, talked of the Lafarge being owners of Bamburi, and then of course the Tanzanian Amson group coming in to buy, and then there were issues that why is Tanzania buying? But he told them, you didn't have a problem with the French company owning it. Now, what is the problem? That shows that he's trying to kill the mistrust and demonstrate that we can enjoy investment as brothers so that we can be able to develop. He also referred to the oil refinery in Tanga, which Kenyans find appalling, but then I think there is economic sense to it, in that that's where most of the oil will be passing. And then, of course, the investment by the Tanzanian NSSF, which is investing in building a 22-floor building in Upper Hill. That is a sign of the trust they've built in Kenya, that they can put the investment there, they can be able to reap the benefits. We also showed during the Kibaki era, we showed that trust by building our first own embassy in Tanzania. That is the only embassy we own as a country. The rest we lease spaces. So that shows that this mutual relationship has been built over time. There are a lot of things. He's talked of the non-tariff barriers, which have got to be killed by the 30th of June. That is quite ambitious, and we commend him for that. And the other investments which it was interesting for me, Troy, to realize that Kenyans have invested more in Tanzania than 1 year's trade revenue. That is quite an investment. We cannot wish them away. We cannot wish such people away. Yes. And then, of course, Tanzanians have reciprocated by Rostam Assis investing in a huge investment in a gas plant in Mombasa, the Taifa Gas, and of course he's gone by extension to buy the Nation Media Group. So that shows that this is mutual investments, and it's going to push us besides the other developments which we were talked about, like the Lamu Dar es Salaam road, which is, I think, concluded. We should now be able to graduate that and talk about the Lamu Dar es Salaam railway. Or I never heard much of the gas pipeline, which the very initial meeting he had with the very first visit here to Tanzania, that featured. This time it's not featured. So that's something maybe we should ask ourselves what happened. Is it not there, or is it still there? So some of the things which we should be talking about, also extending our railway to maybe Arusha and of course Mwanza, to ensure that our people can be able to commute without much problem. But long and short of it, it was a good speech. It has been highlighted by the comments by the members of parliament, including my good friend Palamagamba Kabudi, the former foreign minister, who is, I think, now Kiongozi wa wengi. He's been able to be very erudite that this is the second president who is visiting in Tanzania. He even has a speech of which Moi presented in 2002. So that shows that they are a house of record, and they actually take this thing seriously. And we can only hope for the economic dividends.
Leo, very quickly, because of the interest of time, I'm looking at what will touch Kenyans, and we will touch the heart and soul of Kenyans, especially now. Even the president did mention about the Strait of Hormuz. We know we can't be looking for solutions out there when we have our own solutions here. That could be a game changer for the East African region.
From the president's speech, of course, we have Taifa Gas. That is, as Wakili has said, is already a work in progress here, and Taifa Gas goes all the way down to the kitchens of wananchi, because we've, as the Kenya government has so often wanted to do, to depart from that, from the usage of charcoal or other forms of cooking that are not healthy, and to move towards gas. This is the cheap option that will appeal to wananchi and that will resonate with citizens. The president has actually promised before that he will lower the price of cooking gas to affordable levels, I think sub 500 shillings or something of the sort. And a project of this magnitude, with natural gas coming in from Tanzania, may actualize the president's promises. So in a nutshell, that is one of those things that will be beneficial. Of course, the other is the refinery at Tanga. because we'll be beneficiaries of crude, of refined oil, so that we don't have to buy our oil from the Middle East, at least not in the quantities that we currently buy. So that when there are issues, as is currently happening in the Strait of Hormuz, that is blockaded, and where we have constraints in getting our supply of petroleum, we can always look to the neighbor. It's pretty much the same way Nigerian, or the countries around Nigeria, look to the Dangote refinery in Nigeria. They are not affected by this blockade in the Strait of Hormuz the way we are. So if we have that refinery, we refine product from South Sudan, from Uganda, product from as far as Congo and Somalia, then it's quite possible that we can get our petroleum product needs met but cheaply and far more efficiently than currently is. Then, of course, there's the energy infrastructure that we're a part of. I think getting energy from Ethiopia into our grid and then feeding it onward to Tanzania. I think those are things that have been silently done and that are beneficial to us at the moment, and that the president has now highlighted in his speech. And I think we are now coming. It's an awakening of sorts for us that yes, Tanzanians are not only our neighbors, but we are beneficiaries of the relationship that we have with them. Yeah.
Final words, Gisore.
I mean, on top of what Leo has highlighted, he also dwelt on a very interesting aspect of the AU reforms. He dwelt quite a bit on that, and that was quite interesting, that he's been very passionate about the AU reforms, and he seemed to also cast to condemn the West. That he actually made a statement saying that any system which marginalizes Africa cannot claim to be a legitimate system, and he's been very clear because he's the current AU reforms chairperson. So he was, I think, speaking in that perspective to ensure that also as we push along the East African community story, we also need to remember our African brothers and the kind of system they are fighting against, so that we don't get marginalized. So the only way you can be able to fight a war is to call your brother to fight with you. And I think he was trying to lobby in the Tanzanians to ensure that they are also in the same trajectory in terms of fighting for marginalization on the African front by the international systems. That was quite telling, and for me, I found it to be something which the president has always carried himself out there as a Pan-Africanist, right from the time he was sworn. So basically, long and short of it, I would want to say that the development aspect of his speech was something which is investing in the fostering of the community relationship, so that we can be able to push forward, and of course ensuring that we speak in the same language as a community and as two countries. So that in itself is something I would want to say that it's a bold statement, that the kind of things they have signed in terms of bilateral arrangements, so to speak, are things which are going to give serious economic dividends to our people, and it shows the president is focused and knows where he wants to take the country and even the community at large, and he knows once you can go far as an individual, but you can go very far when you are a group.
All right. Thank you so much. Well said, well said. And without adding or subtracting anything, allow me just to say thank you so much, gentlemen, for being with me since we started, and we have gone through the president's speech, and now we are waiting ratification, which would be a win-win situation for both countries. On my left, we had Leonard Kafafa, who is a public policy analyst and aviation expert. Just next to him, we have Gibson Gisore, who is a constitutional lawyer, is also an advocate of the High Court, and also a lecturer at one of our public universities. Many thanks indeed for joining us, but I leave you this one word that we can pick your friends, you can pick your nose, but you can't pick your family. So Tanzania benefits, Kenya benefits, East Africa community benefits. This has been a production of the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in partnership with the TBC, that is Tanzania Broadcasting Corporation. And thank you so much for everything and everyone on the other side, including JJ Kyoria and the workers at the TBC who have made this broadcast a success, including everyone who has made this broadcast a success here in Kenya. Now we are back in the country, and without further ado, allow us to go straight into the news. A sign language interpreter for this live newscast is Caro Njoroge. Now, the government has pledged over 40 million shillings for content creators and filmmakers focusing on affordable housing and social health. Speaking while presenting the winner of the Kalasha Awards, their prize money, the Principal Secretary for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, Fikirini Jacobs, and the Head of Presidential Special Projects and Creative Economy Coordination, Dennis Itumbe, says the initiative aligns with broader efforts of the Kenya Kwanza administration to spur the creative economy sector.
Speaking while presenting the promise by the President to the winners of the Kalasha Awards, the Principal Secretary for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, Fikirini Jacobs, and the Head of Presidential Special Projects and Creative Economy Coordination, Dennis Itumbe, said the move was a show of commitment by the President in acknowledging efforts by those in the creative sector.
And I believe the commitment of His Excellency the President to add a budget to the KFC will go a long way in creating that platform, which can then allow these guys to get, classroom education on how best they can be more creative and basically be out to receive more hours than what we've just offered.
The signature delivery projects, housing and SHA, headline that signature project, and that informs why he chose the two to begin with.
The two said the creative sector is no longer for fun, but a livelihood venture for those able to take up its challenge. They said the recognition of the sector is a broader vision of the government to integrate creative storytelling into the national development projects across the country.
I think His Excellency the President indicated very well when he was giving out this commitment for a human society to thrive. We cannot do without health. We cannot do without shelter. In fact, there's a part of the basic needs world over, you see. And what's wrong with challenging people, in the areas of very basic needs of a community? I think it is the most standard thing that every person, regardless of where they're coming from, they can be able to put a voice.
And they are ready to work because the ideas are already on the table. Once it was announced that we are going to have those categories, people are already working. Our minds are always, creatives are always working 24/7.
They promised that going forward, the government will be strengthening copyright law to protect the country's rich content from international pirates.
There is an increase of the budget to Kenya Film Commission by the President from 500 million to 1 billion shillings. So those challenges of financing, which my friend here, Skaranja, spoke about money, is already in the process of being solved. The other challenge is copyright infringement. And on that, already there is activity, as we have said earlier in the room.
The government has been urged to ensure inclusive education for refugees in the country. Speaking during a policy dialogue and a knowledge dissemination meeting forum for African women educationists, Kenya FAWEC said it is implementing a Voice for Refugees and IDP Children project which seeks to promote gender equality and social inclusion among internally displaced and refugee communities in Kenya, Uganda and Ethiopia. The FAWEC Kenya board chairperson, Professor Alice Odingo, said the project seeks to empower both girls and boys to identify and tackle barriers to their academic and social development and ensure learners in refugee camps across the country achieve their dream and their rights are protected.
Have that hope and courage to continue and dream bigger.
This forum, being that we have most representative from the government, Ministry of Education, who are dealing with policy. And this forum is going to help us address such issues so that the policies addressing issues of girls' education within refugees are addressed.
We encourage government to make use of good practices within the education system and also in changing the policy so that children from all corners, all children, whether they are refugee children, displaced children, or children just going through hardships, that these policies will be able to help them to move forward.
And I call upon all of us as stakeholders in education to engage with the evidence and deepen our partnerships.
And a lot needs to be done. And what it requires is that the partners would actually see the little progress that has been made in the pilot stage and expand it and reach more girls.
Moving on, police in Homa Bay County have launched investigations into the death of a 24-year-old suspect inside a police cell at Ngegu Police Station in Rangwe Sub-County. Wycliffe Omondi was found dead on Sunday night after an apparent suicide incident while in police custody. The deceased is reported to have used shoelaces which he tied to a ventilation grill within the cell when he was alone at the time of the incident. Homa Bay County Police Commander Lawrence Koilem, while confirming the incident, said that preliminary investigation informs or suggests the suspect accessed the shoelaces while receiving his evening meal before using them in the incident. The matter has since been reported to the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, IPOA, which has commenced investigations to establish the circumstances surrounding the death. The deceased had been arrested on Sunday after he was found in possession of a stolen cow.
The OCS and the cell sentries discovered that one Wycliffe Omondi Dengu, who is 24 years old, had committed suicide in police cells. This was a person who was in custody because of the offense of stock theft. It's unfortunate that last night now, just immediately after the arrest, he was arrested yesterday, then at night, he committed the suicide by hanging himself.
Moving on, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Julius Ogamba, has urged education stakeholders to come up with the best strategies to improve the implementation of competency-based education. Speaking during the Kenya National Examination Council Symposium in Nairobi, Ogamba said the model was designed to prepare learners with skills that values needed to success in the workforce. The theme of the symposium was reimagining curriculum, pedagogy and assessment for inclusive innovation and the future.
Learning poverty in Africa is 90%, meaning only 10% of children in grade 3 in Africa can read. All right. And this learning poverty percentage was generated from one such a study.
That we've been producing graduates who are very good in describing the problems that we face. But we have very few people on the other end of the pendulum who can actually offer solutions to those problems that we are facing. Competency-based education is calculated to increase the number of the people on the side of problem solving.
The Kericho County government has launched a new system to monitor the health of newborns at the county referral hospital. The NeoGuard devices fitted on the forehead of infants enable real-time tracking of vital signs through a central system. Officials say the technology will provide early warning signs, allowing health workers to respond quickly to emergencies. Governor Eric Mutai says the system is expected to save lives and has already been extended to several sub-county hospital facilities. The county targets reduce neonatal death from 25 to 12 per 1,000 births through the initiative.
Out of this technology, we are going to save a lot of lives in Kericho County. And we are not rolling just in Kericho, but we are also rolling across 8 facilities across the county. We are having it now at Oshap. We are having it at Sikowit. we're having at Kapkatet, we're having at Lorit, we're having at Londiani, we're having at Kipkelian, we're having at Fort Tenan, 8 level 4 facilities. And we are planning to take this further to level 2 facilities.
For our next item, we cross over to the great county of Isiolo, where my colleague Regina Manyara is currently on the trail of Kenha, and they're actually on Kulamawe Road, and they will be telling us all about the efforts to restore roads and infrastructure in Isiolo. Over to you, Regina.
Well, good afternoon to you, Ben, Troy, and where I'm standing exactly, this is part of the stretch of the Horn of Africa initiative. We are at 64 kilometers into this particular stretch. That is phase 1 or package 1, lot 1. Where I'm standing right now is Yak Barsadi, and it is part of this particular project. And the main question is, of what import is this project not only to the residents of Meru and Isiolo County? And to help us unpack the import of this is none other than the resident engineer in charge.
Apologies for that technical hitch. We seem to be having issues connecting to Regina, actually the Horn of Africa project that is being spearheaded by Kenha, and she has been on the trail since yesterday. She will be briefing us on what exactly is happening on that road and why exactly that road. But for now, let's go to the next item.
So in terms of social economic development, what impact is it going to have in this region?
There's a lot of impact. First of all, the road is a climate resilient design. We have put in culverts, we have put in infrastructure. It makes it climate resilient. What we are doing right now, we have fiber optic as part of the project. That will be a game changer because all the centers along the project road are covered by that. We also are employing the local community. They are getting experience in such projects. Also included in the project are socioeconomic projects for the communities. The communities are going to benefit from these projects. And also, we have MOUs with the counties, where the counties will be getting 5 kilometers of road each, both Isiolo and Meru County, in lieu of payment of cess. Right. So this is a big collaboration. We expect a big impact. We expect now the companies, the private sector, to come in and make use of this infrastructure, because if it stays this way, there's too much potential. There is potential for cement production, for example. There is potential for agriculture. There's potential for every kind of thing. So the private sector has to come in and make use of this infrastructure once it is complete.
So that it can get to its optimal use, we hear you say. So as we bring this particular, assessment to close, so to speak, there's also the question that the North is often referred to as a matter or a place that is prone to insecurity. But this project, we can see there's a lot of collaboration between the developer as well as the government security apparatus. Maybe just bring it to a close in terms of security. What have you done to ensure that we are not going to have any security disruptions for this particular project?
From the onset, security has been included as part of the project. We do have a contingent of police officers together with NPRs. We have a camp commander, and we all stay at the campsite. And in the campsite, there is a bond between the police and the workers. And we work together in such a way that the security has been boosted. we feel very comfortable working in this area. As you can see, we are in the middle of the bush. There have been incidents of banditry, but this project has been safe, and we really thank the cooperation that we really now have with the police.
There you have it, Ben Troy coming live from Yak Barsadi here at kilometer 64 of the Horn of Africa Initiative project here, piece of infrastructure that is expected that once complete is once again going to put Kenya on the map in as far as matters of trade is concerned. This particular piece of infrastructure, Lot 1 under Package 1 is 77 kilometers, and by end of next year, that is May 2027, it will be fully operational. Those who we have been speaking to are looking at this as a game changer, not just for Kenya, but also opening up the larger East Africa, looking at the countries within the north. We're talking about Somalia, Ethiopia, and Kenya. To be precise. So I'm Regina Manyara. We're going to continue keeping tabs on what is happening in this particular project. It is pegged to go all the way to Somalia. The stretch is around 749 kilometers with over 900 kilometers as support or feeder roads. I'm Regina Manyara. Now we're taking it back to you, Broadcasting House.
Thank you, Ray. Quite an ambitious program, 90 billion. But the take home is that they're connecting 3 countries, talking about connectivity, and the president just addressed the Tanzania National Assembly in regards to removing barriers and also increasing connectivity. Ray is there, I believe, in the course of this week, and she'll be bringing us more and more detailed report in regards to that project. But moving on, concerns over rising cases of early marriages and teenage pregnancies have dominated an education stakeholders meeting in Marigat, Baringo South. The forum brought together school heads, administrators, and also community leaders who warned that the trend is threatening the future of the girl child. Officials say some cases are poorly handled or go unreported, calling for stronger collaboration between schools and local authorities. Area Member of Parliament Charles Kamuren has warned that those found culpable of impregnating schoolgirls will face legal action. Leaders have now urged parents and communities to prioritize education and protect children from harmful practices.
Sisi wenyewe ndo tunachokora wanafunzi. Tunashirikiana na viongozi chief, tunashirikiana na viongozi wengineo. Mtoto amepewa mimba, unapata mwalimu wa shule hata hajaandika ripoti. Sasa inakuwa ni sintofahamu tuko nazo nyingi. Leo hii tunataka tuongee kwa sauti kali kwamba ushapewa mifedha, pesa unayo ama huna. Si pesa unayo. Si pesa umepewa cheki hapa. Unajua uwezi kuwa umekuja kupewa cheki na baadaye uende kuandikisha matokeo duni.
Let us give opportunities to our daughters, to our children, to our girls to proceed with their studies. Let us see what they have, their potentiality in future. Let us build them, let us support them.
Very well, and building up on that conversation on empowering women and especially young girls who are in school with matters education to another empowerment of the African young man and women. Let's get to an interactive segment here when we'll be looking at nurturing young African leaders for leadership and development. And to be very honest, when it comes to leadership, and especially in the country, mentorship has greatly been on the lower side. But let's now delve into that conversation. Allow me to rope in my guest this afternoon. Her name is Kehinde Ayeni. Ayeni is the Executive Director, LEAP Africa, which is a non-governmental organization nurturing African leaders and also advancing sustainable development across the continent. Now, karibu to the program.
Asante.
What exactly are you doing at LEAP Africa to help nurture these talents and help them leap to be very, very good leaders in the future?
Thank you very much. Our organization focuses on youth leadership development, and that primarily means that we implement projects across Africa beyond designing and implementing the project that we create or develop, we also host and manage on behalf of development partners as well. And within the boundaries of our work really is in the human capacity development, community transformation, livelihoods, nation building process. What we do in terms of breaking down our mission really is to provide the skills and tools and resources that will unlock the agencies within young people. We believe in the power, the ability, the agility, creativity, innovativeness of young people. And if you combine them with the right platforms, and then you can unlock a big Africa, a continent that is led by young people who are dynamic in nature. And for us to be able to unlock the agency within young people, it requires training. And of course, I know you touched on mentorship as you opened up, but that is a phase of how we deploy our leadership, life skills programming across our interventions that start from education all the way to citizenship, and obviously incorporates mental health and well-being as you think about the agility, the resilience of a young leader.
And how did you identify this gap, and which gaps are you trying to fill? What has been the progress so far?
Right. The organization itself is almost 24 years old, so we have almost 25 years experience under our belt, nurturing and working with young people. And it started with the premise that if we really truly want to liberate the continent, if we really want to see a continent that will develop and emerge successfully, then we need to look at young people. One, because we have the population. Two, because they are ripe, ready, and anxious and willing participants as well. Three, if we do not do something about it, then they can be an explosion, an implosion on the continent or your country or your county, wherever you have young people aggregating without meaningful engagement. And so what we've done is to have a bottom and top-down approach. The top-down approach is liaison with government. So most of our programs and partnerships involve governments of countries and cities in which our work is domiciled. And beyond the fact that we are working with government to implement or secure that endorsement for, we are also providing advisory into the work that they do. So you will find us in technical working groups, supporting in plans and strategies that advance youth development and such. And then we think about appropriate policies. What are the policies that we can really support or push for, or really direct other stakeholders to look within? Those are some of the things we do when you look at the top-down approach. But when we bottom up, it requires that we are working directly with young people. So our trainings target young people directly. We also work through youth actors, youth decision makers, policy makers, institutions, and agencies. So you think about teachers, school administration, you think about job employers, corporate sector, development sector, and all the likes of people who are really involved in decision making when it comes to how young people are engaged, how young people are prepared to manage their own life and unlock their own transformation.
Africa is by far the youngest continent, and we have seen youths trying out, of course, the developing world or the global north, when it comes to technology, they are a little bit more advanced, but we have the youngest continent in the world.
Yes.
How are we incorporating this partnership to ensure that our young men and women, they know exactly what they're going to do even before? Now, at least in Kenya, we have the competency-based curriculum. That is not what we had over the years. How are we integrating them and ensuring that they also benefit from this kind of high-level training that you offer, guys?
It's great that you speak about competency training, human-centered learning approach, and you would also find that there are more things around the future of work. Because ideally, every time you think about a young person, they must be meaningfully engaged. And so their socio-economic transitions on enabling that process is very, very important. And so when we find out that young people require a level and means of engagement, technology is not a barrier. First, because young people themselves have arrived at that decision to participate. Some of the amazing innovation have come from Africa, from the continent, and even from Africans living in diaspora. So there is no game saying that we are far behind, in the sense that we do not know what it is in terms of what technology and what it can do, or how it can improve the processes or lives and livelihoods of people. What we have found is the gap. How much more access do young people need? How affordable is it really? And how can they compare to their to their peers in other parts of the world. And so the level of education must start from early on. I know there's many organizations and partners working from the primary level, but our work and intervention start from the secondary, and that's because of the context in which we work, the delicacy of the leadership concept that we break down into normal day life that we project forward, because our work targets low-income communities and those people who are really disadvantaged or marginalized. And so therefore, to increase competitiveness, we have to make sure that this program is available, and we provide them for free because of the collaborations and partnership from across the spectrum of private to public sector, international non-profits that support the work that we do, well aligned with our mission and objectives, again, to arrive at unlocking the power within the young people and ensuring that they are ready to drive their own agency and enable their succession and transitions.
Yeah, and as Leap Africa, you've been in the industry for more than 24 years. What are some of the barriers that you have realized that young men and women in Africa are struggling with, especially when it comes to becoming great leaders that we have? We know, we did mention that mentorship is one of them.
Yes, indeed. We assume the young people don't know what they want. And it's also right in another way, in another dimension, because they assume they know what they want, and that is determined by their level of exposure. So many of the other things that we've found, challenges or barriers for young people, always comes down to how can I execute this my fine idea. So resources is another. Another is a platform. How many platforms cater to young people, give opportunity to young people to participate, to run, to engage, to ask questions, to be involved, to make a comment without being shut down. You know, what are those? Those are the little things. And it starts from the classrooms, and it rides all the way up to when they are in their maturity years. And you find that these are huge stumbling blocks that they now begin to unbundle as they mature. So in essence, youth leadership is really saying that, yes, we need to first of all identify who a young person is. And the way we've structured our curriculum allows us to begin from the place of self before we now achieve community transformation or even involve them in nation building processes. And so the education is powerful. There's no doubt about that, whether it's the conventional education or the soft and leadership skills, which is already incorporated. If you went to a school that is an elitist school, obviously this is part of your curriculum. And so this is the add-on value that we are providing and asking more organization and those who already have similar support to, you know, ensure that we are working towards the same goal. In terms of the impact, right now, the work that we do have allowed us to work with reach almost 40+ countries across Africa, that is, through different interventions, starting from secondary school education to improve learning outcomes, and our dual mechanism for improving youth employment, which is employability, and entrepreneurship, which is, you know, putting the youth at the center in citizenship and such. And so when we think about all this mechanism put together, it allows us to arrive at almost 100,000 young people that have been impacted directly, but our indirect impressions, because of the model that we've used in the past and continue to use, our indirect beneficiaries are numbering 13 million Africans to date, and we are working towards 30 million by 2030. This is very audacious for us. And as we think about expansion and reach, we are thinking about what is the mechanism by which we're going to do that. And that's why we are using local actors to reach. We are using those who have regional presence and power and influence to reach more people. And the model also allows us to impact an organization that has grassroots influence or grassroots community network. So an organization can serve 1,000 other non-profits, for example, or a social entrepreneur's social good can actually reach 1 million families in 5 years. So that is the model with which we've been working and the impact so far.
It's a good thing you've answered the part of my next question in regards to the success stories.
Great.
And the question is, I want to localize this conversation. How does Kenyan youth who are watching right now benefit? How do they reach you? Maybe they expect maybe something to be paid or something. Just paint the picture for us on how our youth in Kenya can benefit and a success story of how they're benefited.
So it's interesting that Kenya and East Africa region is already in high demand for our leadership, life skills program, intervention initiative, and so on and so forth that we already carry out. Even though we are based in West Africa, our work has reached so far because of the methodology we've used. Our programs are normally free. Some of them are part payment, and some of them are just a token just to indicate interest and your commitment into the program. And so if you are finding us and wondering how can you participate in any of our 10 portfolio programs that we are running, and initiatives and webinars, master classes, it's very, very easy, very affordable, because we also believe that young people must commit to their own self-development for those who have the means, because when you pay a token, you allow somebody participate for free. And so with all the model that we've put together, it's very encompassing and allows young people to make a decision to participate willfully. However, we are really big on diversity and inclusion. And so we make every means to include those who are disenfranchised, marginalized, those that you would say probably are living on the sidelines as much as is possible. And our content is also very contextualized and localized. So when you say how are Kenyan citizens right now benefiting, we have our learning management system, which allows us to onboard a minimum of 5,000 per program for the programs we have active right now. And so they can join virtually. These are low-cost, low-mechanism system that allow them to participate and take self-paced courses, and then they can come into our cohort-based programs and so on and so forth. So those are the ways in which Kenyan youth can participate. More so, we provide grants to project leads who are interested in community development, and so there's opportunity for that.
All right, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. I have been speaking to Kehinde Ayeni, who is Executive Director at Leap Africa, that is looking into the youth and, of course, the leadership in the continent. Then we're taking a quick break, but we'll be right back.
Wakenya, ni wakati mwingine wa kuhakikisha kuwa umefile KRA returns. Je, uko rada una challenge yoyote? Usiwe na shaka. KRA wakishirikiana na KBC Channel 1 wanakuja hapo ulipo kusaidia kufile returns na kulipia ushuru wako. Jiunge na msafara wa KRA Roadshow, uwe fiti mambo ya returns. Ijumaa tarehe 8 mwezi Mei, tunazuru eneo la Kiambu kuanzia Kikuyu, Limuru, Kimende, Kagwi, Githunguri, Kiambu Town, Banana na kisha tumalizie Ruaka. Tarehe 30 Juni kwa mlangoni. Usingoje hadi dakika za mwisho. File KRA returns mapema. Ishi bila stress. Jijue, jibeta. KRA, tulipe ushuru, tuji.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Kenya.
Wake up with Good Morning Kenya, the morning show that's got it all.
We dive deep into issues shaping our country.
Youth are a voice of a nation.
What is the next step for the young people?
Unpacking political landscape from Monday to Wednesday.
We discuss family matters.
It is very important to guard your relationship.
And for your health.
Someone doesn't wake up and they become an addict. It's in stages.
We've got you covered each and every Tuesday at 9 a.m.
Every Wednesday, it's all about The Viewpoint.
A day in politics is like 1,000 years.
Unpacking the biggest stories of the week, getting you insights and getting you ready for your day.
And the package is not yet done. I get to fix your Thursday with some entertainment. Entertainment Thursday, it is.
Good Morning Kenya.
We shape your day.
Good Morning Kenya, every weekday morning on KBC Channel 1.
Welcome back to Lunchtime News. Moving on, junior secondary school intern teachers in Embu County have downed their tools, protesting delayed confirmation into permanent and pensionable terms. Dozens of teachers staged demonstrations in Embu town, vowing not to return to class until their demands are addressed. Details of this and more in our county news roundup.
Tens of irate JSS intern teachers took to the streets blowing whistles and carrying placards in Embu town. The educators faulted the involvement of political leaders in the process, insisting that recruitment and confirmation remain the mandate of the Teachers Service Commission. They say over 44,000 JSS teachers nationwide remain on internship, with 709 in Embu serving for more than 2 years. They are now calling on TSC to act swiftly and regularize their employment status.
Give 709 letters to our intern teachers in Embu County, because we are not going to allow them to continue suffering with a pay of 17,000. And it is time, it is given without any further delay.
In Kakamega, police have arrested 2 suspects and seized cannabis sativa worth 900,000 shillings, including 160 rolls of bhang and smuggled cigarettes. Authorities say the drugs were disguised using biscuits and coloring before being distributed to students and residents. In a separate incident in Butera, officers recovered 5 sacks of cannabis in Lunza. Police say the suspects have been arraigned and efforts to curb drug trafficking near learning institutions have been intensified.
Kwanza walikuwa na mbegu ya banki ambayo ilikuwa approximately kilo 40 na misokoto ya tayari ile ilikuwa imesokotwa ambaye mnaziona hapa 165 na banki yenyewe ya kilo 5.
Still within the county, community health promoters are urging both levels of government to reinstate their health insurance cover. The volunteers say the scheme was withdrawn 2 years ago, limiting their access to medical services. They spoke in Navakolo during a malaria response training supported by Rotary Kenya. Officials say $300,000 have been set aside to support community health volunteers in 4 western counties.
The community health promoters are working in the villages, and which most of them are far from the urban facilities that are better equipped. Knowing that they play a very vital role in the community and given the kind of work they do, it's prudent that the government pays for them this year.
In Luanda, tensions is still high after confrontations between police and border riders in the region for the 2nd day now. The confrontations have led to the closure of the Busia-Kisumu highway, with vehicle owners forced to look for alternative routes. Border operators say they will continue disrupting normal flow of traffic until their peers who were arrested by police are released from custody. According to the border riders, 2 of their colleagues were killed in the melee.
Wale walioshikwa wale wenye wako cell ndani kwa police station Luanda saa hii waachiliwe, na zile pikipiki zilizoshikwa kwa za hao vijana ziachiliwe, ndo maana hii maandamano ikamilike.
Finally, the government has intensified efforts to formalize land ownership in colonial era settlements across the country. Through the Kenya Informal Settlements Improvement Project, authorities are conducting land surveys and beaconing to facilitate issuance of title deeds. The program, supported by global partners, also targets infrastructure upgrades, including roads, drainage, and sanitation. In Kirinyaga County, over 1,600 residents across 11 villages are set to benefit from the initiative.
Nataka sana tusaidiwe ama tupewe title deeds kama vile tuliahidiwa kwa hizi plots. Tunakaanga hatunanga title, tuko na minute peke yake ambazo haziwezi tusaidia sana, lakini tukipata title tunaona tutasaidika sana.
For Prime
Very well, time to make sense of business. Kenya is setting up irrigation projects to help tap arid and arid semi-arid lands, as well as stepping up water harvesting systems during the rainy season to boost food production. Agriculture Principal Secretary Dr. Kiprono Rono says new irrigation schemes are among projects that would be financed through the Infrastructure Fund. Speaking in Nairobi, Dr. Rono said the climate-smart farming and the subsidized fertilizer project are the other initiatives being employed to modernize agriculture, strengthen food security, and reduce the cost of food production.
Fertilizer subsidy program is working. We receive fertilizers, the 7.2 million farmers, we are there, we have received fertilizers at the right time, and the impact is felt. Many farmers have gone back to farming. And the production has gone up. We want now to move to mechanization, our next frontier. And we want to use now machineries, tractors to mechanize our farming so that we bring in the youth, and also we stop trailing our women farmers, and we must move our new frontier in food production to the large parcels of land which are fertile and fertile but only waiting for water. Let us sit down, let us address the problem, and let us bring what is called sustainable solution for the problems facing the ASAL areas, to do it drought and to do it lack of food, shortage of food.
Sorry, from the State Department.
Further afield, the increase in energy prices affects every participant in the European economy, including businesses and households, pushing the EU economy towards slower growth and higher inflation. European Commissioner for Economy says due to the conflict in the Middle East, energy prices have soared. Details of this and other stories in today's International Business Wrap.
Last week, the oil prices exceeded $125 per barrel. Dombrovskis stressed that declining confidence, tighter finance conditions, and weak external demand have all exacerbated the direct impact. According to him, the current overall economic impact will depend on the evolution of the conflict, particularly its effects on energy supply and infrastructure. But Dombrovskis said due to the high levels of deficits and debts in EU countries, the highest interest rate environment, and the urgent need to increase defense spending, the EU has very limited room for maneuver. Meanwhile, Brazil's financial institutions have raised their expectations for the year's National Consumer Price Index from 4.86% to 4.89%, according to a weekly survey released by the Central Bank of Brazil on Monday. Due to the escalating uncertainty brought by conflicts in the Middle East, financial markets in Brazil have raised their IPCA for the 8th consecutive week and surpassed the target range set by the central bank. Previously, the Monetary Policy Committee of the central bank had set an inflation target of 3%, with a tolerance interval of 1.5 percentage points, meaning a lower band of 1.5% and an upper band of 4.5%. Finally, the 8th European Political Community
Let's now switch gears to matters sports. The national men's sevens team Shujaa have reported to camp at Kasarani Stadium as preparations intensify for the remaining legs of the HSBC Sevens World Championship Series in Europe after finishing 7th in the opening leg won by South Africa in Hong Kong. A total of 18 players are in the camp with the technical bench focusing on final preparations ahead of the crucial fixtures. Chris Brown has also joined the technical setup to strengthen the team's high-performance program. Shujaa will resume their campaign in Valladolid, Spain from the 29th to the 31st of this month before heading to Bordeaux in France for the first leg scheduled between the 5th and 7th of June this year. Meanwhile, the Kenya rugby fraternity is mourning the death of former Kenya Lioness head coach Felix Ade-Odor, who passed away in a road accident. The Kenya Rugby Union described him as a respected coach and a former player whose contribution to grassroots and women rugby was significant. Chris Brown and not the singer. But moving on, the Kenya national beach volleyball teams have already embarked on serious training in Mombasa in preparation for the Continental Championship and the 2028 Olympic Games zonal qualifiers slated for the 20th to the 26th of this month in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. The men's team have been drawn from various clubs and include Rwanda-based opposite Hitler Elfas Makuto, who starred for Police Rwanda in the recently concluded Africa Men's Championship. Very well, that's all the time we had on KBC Lunchtime News. Many thanks indeed for joining us. Of course, we will be keeping tabs with the President's speech in our subsequent bulletin. My name is Bentro Njue. Caro Njoroge has been my colleague on the sign language interpretation. Many thanks indeed for joining us. Do have yourself a blessed afternoon.
Usalama wetu kama wana kijiji uko mikononi mwa nani?
We, Abedi, Leija, Leija.
Wakikuita mwizi, sitakuwa kesi nyingine jamani. Tukaizungumza ofisini kwangu ama tuingie hapa ndani kwako.
Kama ningemfungia hapa ndani alafu anze mambo ingeniingiza kwa shida nyingine tena.
Ukimsaidia kama wizi uko na shida, mpigie Pastor Joe. Nataka hii ripoti kabla ya siku haijaisha. Sawa?
Sawa. Haito didi yetu. Narudi.
Bado ufikiri vile mama atarudi. Unafikiria tu juu ya title deed.
Akipata support yako, atapata access kwa network yako.
Naona mke wako Monica alijifunza na wewe.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Kenya.
Wake up with Good Morning Kenya, the morning show that's got it all.
We dive deep into issues shaping our country.
Youth are a voice of a nation.
What is the next step for the young people?
Unpacking political landscape from Monday to Wednesday.
We discuss family matters.
It is very important to guard your relationship.
And for your health,
someone doesn't wake up and they become an addict. It's in stages.
We've got you covered each and every Tuesday at 9 a.m.
Every Wednesday, it's all about the viewpoint.
A day in politics is like 1,000 years.
Unpacking the biggest stories of the week, getting you insights and getting you ready for your day.
And the package is not yet done. I get to fix your Thursday with some entertainment. Entertainment Thursday, it is.
Good Morning Kenya.
We shape your day.
Good Morning Kenya, every weekday morning on KBC Channel 1.
Wakenya, ni wakati mwingine wa kuhakikisha kuwa umefile KRA returns. Je, uko rada una challenge yoyote? Usiwe na shaka. KRA wakishirikiana na KBC Channel 1 wanakuja hapo ulipo kusaidia kufile returns na kulipia ushuru wako. Jiunge na msafara wa KRA Roadshow, uwe fiti mambo ya returns. Ijumaa ya tarehe 8 mwezi Mei, tunazuru eneo la Kiambu kuanzia Kikuyu, Limuru, Kimende, Kagwi, Githunguri, Kiambu Town, Banana na kisha tumalizie Ruaka. Tarehe 30 Juni kwa mlangoni. Usingoje hadi dakika za mwisho. File KRA returns mapema. Ishi bila stress. Jijue, jibeta. KRA, tulipe ushuru, tuji...
Asawa wataka nini? Wacha nikwambie vizena. Wakati wako unaonyesha, na wakati wangu. Nasikia?
Lazima tutumie muda tulionao vizuri. Ongea nami tafadhali.
Kusudi la sarakasi ni nini?
Kwani Maimuna aenda?
Kwani unafanya nini tena?
Toki hapa mpaka niajadili ninayoongelea, sawa? Beko, niache.
Hebu nisikize.
Sitaki kusikiza, sitaki kukuona.
Nikirudi hapa sitaki kukupata, kishasikia?
From the Senate chambers, Parliament buildings in Nairobi, and it is a broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you, and we are glad that you are joining us for these proceedings this afternoon. Currently on your screens, that is inside the Senate chambers. Members of the Senate should be making their way into the chamber, and in a short while, we should also be expecting to see the Speaker's procession, and thereafter the business of the day or the sitting of the Senate shall commence. And as we wait for that, we shall take a look at the business that the members of the Senate shall be transacting this afternoon. There is a bill that is sponsored by it's a committee-sponsored bill. The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights, Honorable Wakili Hilary Sigei, will this afternoon, this particular bill this afternoon is coming up for first reading. And the principal object of this bill is to consolidate the law relating to conduct of a referendum in order to provide for a transparent and fair process in order to obtain a clear expression of the will of the people by establishing the procedures for the conduct of a referendum. This particular bill provides for the notification of the Commission by the President of a referendum to amend the Constitution in relation to matters that are specified in the law, that is Articles 255, Sub-Article 1, as well as Article 257, Sub-Article 10 of the Constitution. Upon the notification, then, the electoral body, that is the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, shall conduct a referendum in 90 days. Also, the bill provides for the consideration of the draft bill in respect to the amendment of the Constitution through a popular initiative by both county assemblies and Parliament. So this is a bill that is coming up for first reading. As I had indicated earlier, is that it's a bill that is sponsored by a committee, and it will still follow the same procedure in the bills or publication of bills. This bill, once or having been read the first time, shall stand committed to the relevant standing committee, and this committee, of course, is the Justice and Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee. And also, once that particular stage is done, then the committee to which the bill is committed shall facilitate public participation and shall take into account the views and recommendations of the public when the committee makes its report to the Senate. Now, on your screens, we can see that there is a procession of the Speaker making its way through the red carpet, that is the aisle, from the Speaker's office leading right into the chamber. Ahead of the Speaker is the mess, the symbol of authority of the House, and the procession has already made its way or is making its way into the chamber. This is the live broadcast of the Senate. The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Jeffa Kingi, has made his way into the House. Allow me to hand you over. Good afternoon.
Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba tuwajalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote atakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao wamezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
So the prayer has been said and the chair taken. However, there is a quorum hitch at the commencement of the sitting of the Senate, and the Speaker has directed that the quorum bell be on. Of course, this is to give room for the members of the Senate to be able to make their way into the chamber and also be able to join their colleagues who are already in the chamber, and most importantly, enable the House raise that much needed quorum for it to be able to commence. As we wait for that, we shall continue to take a look at the business that the Senate shall be transacting this afternoon. The referendum bill originating from the Senate, as I had indicated earlier, is coming up for first reading. Then the Forest Conservation and Management Bill. This is a bill originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 38 of 2025. Is also a bill that is coming up for consideration at the Senate. This is a bill that concerns counties, and hence the need for it to be considered at the Senate. Now, this is a bill that the National Assembly already considered and passed. That is the Forest Conservation and Management Amendment Bill. Basically, the bill seeks to introduce a robust and forward-looking legal framework that is aimed at enhancing sustainable forest management, strengthening regulatory oversight, as well as promoting community participation in conservation efforts. So this is a bill that is also coming up for first reading and will also follow the same procedure, that is public participation as well as consideration at the second reading for debate in case there are any amendments that the senators will deem right to be able to forward or move regarding this particular bill. Now, you will recall that the Senate had already commenced debate on the Division of Revenue Bill, and this afternoon the bill is also coming up for consideration for the mover to be called to reply. The senators considered this particular bill and was interrupted on the 30th of April, the year 2026, that is last week, Thursday. And this afternoon, the bill is also coming up to progress. During the debate, the senators are pushed for the monies that are to be sent to the counties to be increased from the 420 billion Kenya shillings that the National Assembly had proposed in this particular bill. This is a bill that is originating from the National Assembly, but because it concerns counties, has to come to the Senate for consideration as well. The National Assembly had proposed that the counties for the financial year 2026-2027 given a total of 420 billion shillings to be shared among the 47 counties. However, the senators, in their consideration of this bill, moved that the monies has to be increased to at least 450 billion Kenya shillings, indicating that the 420 billion shillings that the National Assembly had proposed was just a small increase. Remember, during this financial year, the devolved units shared amongst themselves a total of 415 billion Kenya shillings. So senators indicate that the 5 billion Kenya shillings addition is a small amount, and they will be pushing for the monies to be raised to 450 billion Kenya shillings. So this definitely means that this bill will be moving to mediation for those two houses to come to a consensus on how much monies will be going to the counties. There is an amendment that the chairperson Standing Committee on Finance and Budget intends to move regarding the Division of Revenue Bill, and this is to make changes to the allocations that shall be going to the national government as well as the county governments. The total shareable revenue in this particular amendments indicates 2.9 trillion Kenya shillings. The national government to be given 2.4 trillion Kenya shillings, and the county governments to be able to share amongst themselves 454.7 billion Kenya shillings, and equalization fund to be pegged at 10.2 billion Kenya shillings. So this is an amendment that once the House gets to the consideration of the bill at the Committee of the Whole, the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget intends to move basically regarding the monies that should be going